Good morning and welcome to the 37th meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2025. I'd like to welcome Paul O'Kane, who's joining us as a committee member for the first time this morning, replacing Pam Duncan-Glancy. And on behalf of the committee, I wish to thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for her contribution to the work of the committee. As it's Mr O'Kane's first meeting as a member, I invite him to declare any relevant interests. Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Convener. I have no relevant interest to declare.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda this morning is to take evidence from Professor Alexis Jay, Independent Chair of the National Strategic Group on Child Sexual Abuse. And following this session, we'll hear from the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs. Professor Alexis Jay, can I welcome you to the meeting and thank you for agreeing to attend this session at short notice. And I wonder, Professor Jay, if we go straight into questions, if I can just ask by way of an introduction, if you could tell us what your understanding is of the scale of child sexual exploitation and abuse in Scotland, where it has been in the last few years, and crucially, what victims can expect from the work that you're undertaking at the moment and in the coming weeks and months.
Well, it's relatively easy to answer your first question, Chair, in that not enough is known about the situation of child sexual exploitation in Scotland, and that's similar to other parts of the UK, of course. You will know that I chaired the public inquiry in England and Wales into child sexual abuse and exploitation, and when it came to the section on exploitation, the investigation area, we described the picture as being unreliable, confused and confusing. Now, I don't know if that applies to Scotland, but certainly the impression I have gained from examination of existing data is that, apart from the fact that any aspect of child sexual abuse is underreported, I was surprised at the apparently low levels of reporting of child sexual exploitation by organised networks.
And you mentioned the data. I mean, what quantity and quality of data is there available at the moment? And is this a major barrier to making progress here?
Yes, it is. It's a major barrier anywhere. I have no information that would suggest that Scotland is worse than England and Wales, but we simply don't know. And indeed, I would just quote Louise Casey, whom I know, and her short audit finding was there was no reliable data that she could adduce in this respect in the audit that she prepared earlier this year.
And you mentioned your review and the recommendations, one of which, and this was for England and Wales, but one of which was for mandatory reporting. Where are we in Scotland and the Scottish Government's view on mandatory reporting?
Well, I don't speak for the Scottish Government. No. But in my new role as independent chair of the National Strategic Group, it is in the process of setting up a subgroup to examine mandatory reporting and its relationship, of course, to the sexual abuse of children. That is yet to meet or for a convener to be appointed, but I understand that will happen very soon. And certainly in my role as chair, we will be hearing from that subgroup and their views, and that subgroup will, of course, I assume, organise a range of activities to ascertain the views of a much wider range of stakeholders, very much including victims and survivors. For your information, sorry.
No, please.
For your information, my position is clear, of course, because it was one of our three major recommendations in my public inquiry, very significantly based on thousands of victims and survivors whom we heard from, and especially in the public hearings, where we always asked what would have made a difference to you as a child that would have helped through this, this appalling experience that you had. and by far the majority of survivors stated that what would have helped more than anything else was there to be a trusted adult that they could talk to, and the abuse would stop. They would do something about it to make it stop. And in that sense, their very strong support was for mandatory reporting.
So why do we not have mandatory reporting? And why does it even need a subcommittee? That seems to be delaying it further. It seems a very clear recommendation that you've made to other governments. I'm just not sure why we don't have it at the moment.
Well, I mean, I don't think I have an answer to that, because we spent a great deal of time in the public inquiry looking at the models that are in operation elsewhere and have been for several years to see what we would be able to learn from them. It's the devil is in the detail a lot of the time, to be fair. However, that would be covered by guidance, but it does require legislative change for this to occur, for mandatory reporting to be in place. There were concerns voiced in England and Wales at one stage from trade unions about impact on teachers and others. There were different concerns from professional groupings in the past about how it would affect child protection caseloads, because there could be a significant impact on possibly false reporting, for example. However, the evidence we had in my inquiry from parts of Australia where this had been implemented, the state of Victoria in particular, that whilst there was an increase in the reports, and some of those in the first period of time of the implementation of mandatory reporting, there were a number of false reports. However, after around 18 months, the research showed that that quickly settled down. And the proof of this, the value of it, was in fact that the incident reporting of child sexual abuse went up significantly, something like, I think it was 27% of real cases reported. And I personally cannot see why one wouldn't pursue that to achieve that additional number of children who were able to access help.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Professor Jay, you'll also be aware that a quote you gave in January of this year was used in the Chamber by the Justice Secretary, and there's been a number of urgent questions about that. Correspondence between you and the Government was released last week, which showed that you sought a clarification, and a clarification was made to the minute of a body which you sit on. However, the official record of our Parliament still says this: is Mr Kerr aware of the work led by Professor Alexis Jay, who was the chair of an independent inquiry into child sexual abuse in England and Wales, and who currently sits on our National Strategic Group? She shares my view and has put on record and stated to the media that she does not support further inquiries into child sexual abuse and exploitation, given the significant time and resource already spent in the review that she led, the Casey audit and other reviews. She says that now is not time that people just get on with it. Liam Kerr was then responding to that point of order and to that intervention, and said the Cabinet Secretary has put that on the record. So that is still on the record of our Parliament here, and that's the only reference to it in that debate. Do you think a clarification that was made to the minutes of the strategic group should also be clarified in our official record in Parliament?
Well, I did want accessible clarification, which is one of the reasons I opted, rather than have a response directly from Ms Constance, that it should be contained in the minutes, which were accessible to anyone on the website, that clarification was recorded there. I really don't have a view on whether how the parliamentary process works to correct the official record. I suppose I had made an assumption that, having gone through this bit of process, that somehow or other it would be amended somewhere. But I'm afraid I don't know enough about the process to know how that is obtained.
So there is a process. So if the official record were amended in the same way as the minutes to the advisory group, would you welcome that?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. And we've seen in your correspondence, there's been quite a lot of dialogue. So you raised your concerns on, I think, the 26th of September, but you were still raising concerns on the 26th of November. Are you satisfied that the Cabinet Secretary was still portraying her quote of your words in Parliament as accurate? Because you were saying it wasn't accurate and you didn't believe a satisfactory resolution had been achieved at that point.
Yes, but let me be quite clear about why I did that in November. It was because at that stage I was being pressed by various media contacts to publish the communication I had sent to Ms Constance. I didn't believe that was my responsibility to do that. I suppose, thought that the recipient of the communication would have done so just as part of a process. And I had no wish myself to escalate the matter any further, or indeed to make it adversarial with Ms Constance. That was not my intention. But I was surprised that there had been no publication of my list. But then, as I say, I'm not familiar with how these matters are addressed within the Parliament.
Yeah, but it is all now published, and we're grateful for that and for you coming here today. We've got a lot of members on this committee, so I'm now going to move to Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Professor Jay. Thank you so much for taking the time for coming along at such short notice. If I could maybe ask you a couple of questions around the strategic group that you're now the independent chair of, because I think sometimes people hear the strategic group, but nobody actually asks the questions underneath it about, actually, well, my first question would be, who is going to be on the strategic group, and what input did you have in making sure that they were going to be at the table?
Well, the National Strategic Group has been in existence, and I'm trying to remember precisely, I think for approximately 2 years now, and it was not initially independently chaired. It was co-chaired by different people, but one might say government representatives and others. However, and the last year we've seen quite a lot of progress under the chairing of someone from Police Scotland, the co-chairing of someone from Police Scotland and the Chief Social Work Advisor, and we have seen some progress there in the movement in setting up subgroups of the people around the table. It's a large group and has been from the beginning, but I do appreciate the fact that there are many, many people with years of experience and knowledge in the area of child sexual abuse, and we I believe, have an appropriate grouping of people in order to do what needs to be done for Scotland to be more proactive in this area. Now, the one area that I think we haven't yet properly clarified is the issue of engagement or involvement with survivors, and how that's. And my personal view in this is the first thing we need to do is talk to them. Now, there is no such thing as a single survivor community. There are lots of different people who have a totally different and equally awful experiences, but they come from different areas and have differing views about how to be engaged in these matters. And I know all of this from my role as chair of the public inquiry in England and Wales, where we actually eventually had a very significant involvement of survivors, over 7,000 actually. But it was important that we talked to people, heard what they had to say, and find ways of accommodating in different formats how they would like to be involved with the work of this group.
Okay, thank you. You were. What do you see as the purpose of the strategic group moving forward? You were saying that there was going to be subgroups. Do you see it that there's going to be like a main group where the work undertaken will be in subgroups depending on folks' specialities? Is that how you're envisaging it? Or?
Well, I've still to talk to them because the first meeting, it's not the first meeting of the group, but it's the first meeting that I will have chaired is in January. And I will discuss this with the members. And I think it will be a combination of what you're saying. There will be, for example, a subgroup on mandatory reporting, which the chair has just mentioned. And there is already another on education and training because, as you may know, that it's very variable amongst the various professionals concerned about exactly how much they know about organised networks and child sexual exploitation, which is not only about organised networks. Nevertheless, it will be a combination of how to improve professional knowledge and equip people as well as we can to address these issues, plus very specific approaches that I would want to discuss around, for example, modern slavery, which involves, as again I'm sure you will know, under 18-year-old, mostly girls, but maybe some boys, are brought into the country for the purposes of sexual exploitation. So there are so many issues that we could explore, and it would be the first thing I would do is to have some discussion about what's on the agenda. That has occurred before, I should say, but I would intend to revisit that.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there for just now, convener, but I may come back in later if that's okay.
Perfect.
And if there's time.
Yep. Ross Greer.
Thanks for joining us, Professor Jay. I don't want to dwell too much on this issue with the quote, but there was just one point of clarification that I thought would be useful, because you said really helpfully that you'd opted for the correction to be included in the minutes of the group for accessibility. Can I just check, was that added to the minutes after the meeting as an addendum, or was that discussed and agreed in a meeting of the group?
It's simply, I opted for that to be included, and that the next meeting of the group, it was not discussed, that it was noted that there was a correction to be made to the statement.
Grand, thanks. Yeah, so it was mentioned at a meeting as well as being in
and it was
the
the first item actually at the next meeting after the debate.
That's very helpful, thanks. And more importantly, I'm interested in what we can and should be doing right now, because there's obviously a huge amount of work that your strategic group is going to undertake in terms of data collection in particular. There's the potential for a public inquiry, which other members will ask more specific questions about. But even if that were to take place, that's likely going to take years. There's obviously been substantial amounts of work done in this area already. What do you think should be done here and now to take further steps to protect children, to secure justice for survivors, separate to the ongoing work of gathering more data and identifying what further steps can take place?
I should have mentioned earlier, of course, the issue of data is the most important aspect of this phase to get an accurate picture of what is happening. And it's quite difficult to to say that there are immediate steps that ought to be taken until you know the nature and scale of what you're dealing with and where. But there are very distinctive roles for different agencies in all of this. And I certainly think the review of past cases, for a start, would be helpful for survivors. That the police intend, as I understand it, to look at past cases where they were unresolved in order to see whether further investigation is required. That certainly would give comfort to some victims in these circumstances, if that was to occur. It is absolutely essential that we hear directly from survivors and listen to what they have to tell us about their experiences. I am aware that you may know about the Truth Project that we ran in England and Wales, which was the first of its kind to be operated in parallel with a public inquiry, though not directly related to it. It was an important way of hearing from a much larger number of people than those who could be heard in a public hearing associated with the public inquiry. So we, as I mentioned, heard from thousands, and we did other things. We had an online survivor forum, which was very well attended and had something like 1,800 people that joined it regularly. And we had a victim and survivor consultative panel, a smaller number who up to the point that public hearings began, were there to give advice about the Truth Project and other matters.
Thanks very much.
But it's a matter. I apologise. There are no quick fixes, but there are things that could be done. Another issue is in the recording data, we made a recommendation that ethnicity and disability ought to be recorded, both of perpetrators and of victims, because what we found in England and Wales was that this, in many instances, children who were those issues were not recorded in the instances there, and sometimes that meant that they weren't given appropriate support, given their own cultural backgrounds, and if there were disabilities, and disability is one of the predisposing factors in child sexual abuse. Others are being accommodated away from home, being in care in various ways. But there are only a few known and proven factors that may lead to child sexual abuse occurring.
Thanks very much. If I could just very briefly clarify something, just because I'm conscious of time. The Police Scotland review of historic cases, is your understanding that that's a systematic review, or that survivors would have to individually approach the police to ask that their case be reviewed?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. I don't know about the detail of how it's going to operate.
Not a problem. We can write to Police Scotland, I think, in the new year. Thanks, Professor.
Thank you. Professor Jay, just on Mr Greer's opening question about the clarification in the minutes, did that suggestion come from you? Did you think that would be the appropriate body to have the clarification, or did someone in Scottish Government suggest, you've raised your concerns, this is a vehicle we suggest changing?
Yeah. No, I'm clear about that. I was offered two options on this via the Chief Social Work Advisor, and one was to receive a letter directly from the Minister addressing my concerns, and the other was for it to be included in the minutes of the National Strategic Group. And as I said, I chose the latter because I thought it was more accessible for people to see it on a website and understand my concerns rather than with. Of course, I was aware of FOI, which could have led to what actually it has led to in this case of my my letter being published. I thought it was quicker and, as I say, more accessible. But I was given the choice of both.
But you were not offered an opinion that the Cabinet Secretary could change the official record, that the public way the government suggested to you was to amend minutes, no other record being changed?
Yes, it wasn't an amendment to minutes, it was included as an item. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's right. Those were the two options.
OK, thank you. John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. Professor Ross Greer and I are both on the Finance Committee, and we've recently been looking at the whole subject of public inquiries and whether they're cost-effective and so on. So I wanted to ask you about, well, first of all, we're having a review. You're carrying out a review. Is there a terms of reference for that review? Is there a budget? Is there a timescale?
I'm not centrally involved in, although I'm, contributing to the review. This would largely be part of the discussions and instructions to the four inspectorates. I understand that that timescales have been set out. I don't mean that this has all been done without contact. I heard a little about this yesterday, but largely these are matters that will be agreed with the four inspectorates. And I've raised the question of budget myself, because I think there are separate things from what the inspectorates could do that I might wish to do to encourage people to come forward.
OK. And then one of the outcomes of the review might or might not be that there should be a full public inquiry. Is that correct?
Yes, it depends what we collectively find. Yes.
Right. And can I ask about your opinion of public inquiries? Because we have found in the Finance Committee that in some cases they go on a long time, and that can be disappointing for victims because they're hoping to get something a bit quicker. And there's also the question of expense. We've got a couple of inquiries in Scotland, one £50 million at the moment, one £100 million at the moment, and that's taking money away from frontline services. So do you feel public inquiries are often a good thing or just sometimes?
Well, the House of Lords recently published a report on public inquiries, which you might be interested to read about, and I contributed, as did other chairs and other secretaries to inquiries, etc. From my perspective, I know that they can, depending on the subject matter and how it's approached, they can bring some satisfaction to victims and survivors, because, in quotes, they may have what they see as their day in court, and that's hugely important that they are able to publicly attest to what has happened to them and where the authorities, the systems, the government failed, and that is important. Another important aspect is that it generally accurately establishes the facts. And that's one of the first things a public inquiry does. And of course, it has to be impartial and objective. I would say that the biggest weakness isn't necessarily some of this, that they are expensive. I'll come on to that. But I think there would be general agreement that the biggest weakness in them is that there's no follow-on or monitoring of recommendations that are made often by people who know a great deal about the subject and come to certain kinds of conclusions about what should change and what should happen, and then nothing happens. And for some considerable time, that was the case in relation to the public inquiry I chaired. And indeed, when I talked about the issue earlier of the comment that I made early in January this year, it was actually to do with the fact that up till that point, nothing had been done about the final 20 recommendations, cross-cutting recommendations, mostly for government.
Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but we are quite tight for time, and you'll see our reports hopefully is coming out in the next few weeks, and we're covering some of that area. Looking forward, I mean, my understanding is that the inquiry there's going to be in England has got a time limit and a cost limit. I think it's 3 years and £65 million. Now, that's a little bit unusual, I think, in our experience, certainly in Scotland, that there should be a time limit, and some of the judges argue that there should never be a time limit.
Yes.
What are your thoughts around that? Is that realistic?
I don't know yet, because I don't know the detail of it, but you are right that it is very unusual, because a public inquiry is supposed to be free from any political interventions. It's supposed to operate as it sees fit. And if you limit, needless to say, you need to know something about the funding and plan for it. But if you set time limits and finance limits, some people would say that that is imposing restrictions from the beginning, which is I think the view, excuse me, that you were articulating. I do think, of course, there has to be something quicker than the processes that are currently in place.
Okay, I'll leave it at that just now. Thanks very much.
Paul McLennan would like to ask us about some data issues.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks, Professor Jay. I just want to come back on the point you mentioned about data, because I think that's really important and it's evidence-based. And I suppose there are a couple of key things, I think, for me. One was probably reflecting on your experiences you had down in England and Wales. But tell me what's the role of the strategic group in terms of compiling that data, and kind of what you see as an initial approach now. I know you've got to speak to the group, but kind of what your initial thoughts are at the moment around about collecting data, because I think you mentioned that's the most important point at this stage. But just your approach, I think.
Yes, it absolutely is. This is you will not be surprised to hear, a huge and complex issue on data collection. You need to set out some principles about it. It is happening, but it's not reliable. We do not consider in Scotland or in England and Wales, as it happens. For example, different places could be using different definitions, even of what a network is, or child sexual exploitation. Now, we have standard definitions, but they're not always applied. So there needs to be a great deal more rigour about consistency. And there are clearly experts in this field, and the Scottish Government naturally has a chief statistician who would take a leading role in looking at this. But there is already a separate grouping, not from the group I'm about to chair, but from another part of the system that is already looking at what can be done to tighten it all up, to make it accurate and reliable, because that's what we need to know about.
So the role of the strategic group obviously is really important. You chairing that group, but I think you're kind of seeing that as almost the number one kind of key thing at the moment. Yes. when the group meets, kind of thing. So what's your initial thoughts in terms of how you look? You talked about that, but I know you've got to speak to other members of the group. But kind of how do you see the group engaging with that data question, obviously at future meetings, if you like?
We will get report backs from the separate group that, as I understand it, is being set up now as part of the recognition of the problems with data in this particular field. I believe that was underway, and I'm sure there will be engagement of people from the group I chair as part of that. I mean, it's very specialist kind of knowledge. And we would hope that that whatever they come up with will be fed back to us, but we'll absolutely must tackle the question of consistency across Scotland and accuracy and reliability.
Okay. Thanks, Convener.
Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Professor Jay. I'm interested in who your main ministerial contact point is, and has that changed over time with your engagement?
Well, actually, I'm not sure myself yet, except I can only say that the formal offer of me becoming chair was made by Ms Gilruth to me.
Right.
So I have to assume that she will be the formal contact. But in respect of one of my responsibilities, which is to keep Scottish ministers advised of progress, then it could clearly be more than one person.
And so has Angela Constance been a regular correspondent with you?
Not about the matters we've been discussing, no.
Okay. And the First Minister?
The First Minister, I had a scheduled phone call with him quite early on in this process. And quite correctly, he was asking me, at that stage, he was kind of weighing up different options for moving forward. And he specifically asked about the experience in England and Wales.
Okay, thank you. Trust with survivors. How do we rebuild this trust? What, from your experience, what are the, just briefly, what do you think are the key steps we need to take?
I think I'm sorry, I'm going to be repeating myself, but I'll do it briefly. We need to make contact with a range of different people who represent different interests amongst the victim and survivor groups in Scotland. I don't even know how many smaller, there's very often smaller local groups, and there are other kind of interest groups, such as those who were abused in schools and educational settings. That people have different experiences depending on the circumstances of the sexual abuse they had. So it's a matter of looking broadly and specifically at some of these matters.
So just finally, on mandatory reporting, some groups are concerned that if there is mandatory reporting, that young people might be less likely to open up and share their experiences. Is that one of your concerns about mandatory reporting then?
Well, it's not one of my concerns because I think it will have to be, it needs to be managed, but it is the case. And when we talk to groups of young people in England and Wales, we have to be very careful about engagement with under 18-year-olds because they could be very vulnerable. But nevertheless, there was anxiety that they didn't want. Well, I think one of the main concerns was that they were anxious about talking to police.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Just because Mr Rennie was asking about survivors, I know Mr Adam would like to ask about the victims and survivors. So, George Adam.
Yes, Professor Jay, good morning. Sorry for dragging you here so quickly in the week before Christmas, but the most important people in all this are clearly the victims, the survivors and their families. And one of the main remits of your strategic group is to actually consider how children and young people, families and victims are effectively, their views are reflected. When you start, it's January you're starting, isn't it, officially, is that right?
Well, in relation to chairing the group, yes.
Yes, so when you go to that meeting in January, when you're reflecting this, is it a case of you're going to be, is there anything in particular you want to do differently that will be able to kind of cut through to the families and the victims themselves?
Well, yes, because from the beginning, the group has had a certain nervousness about how victims and survivors ought to be engaged in the work we're doing. And actually, of course, that will happen in certain ways already because of the contacts that a number of people have. And indeed, there is a group of survivors who have regular contact with, as I'm told, the Scottish Government through a member of the existing group and the Chief Social Work Advisor. So there is a group already, but there's such a diverse group of people, you need to be inclusive about it and find out what a range of people with different concerns how they might wish to be involved or not be involved at all. So that's why I was saying we need to look at possibly different ways of involving people. But the first step is to talk to people and say, what would you be comfortable with?
Professor Jay, you bring up an extremely important part. It is such a diverse group of people with different issues and challenges that they're dealing with. So on the whole, and probably at this stage, I'm probably asking you to look into a crystal ball almost, but how do you see actually dealing with that, you know, because it is such a diverse group. So how do you manage to get them together and make sure that you can... The other part of the strategic group is that you ensure that you you make sure public services are effectively improved. So how do you get this group of people to effectively feel that they're getting some benefit and services are improving for the future?
Well, technically, in relation to almost any policy development, of course, you should be talking to the people who actually access the services and whether they're good enough at the moment and what needs to improve about it. Although I think there's probably quite a lot that already that could be done. It's also a matter of how we need to look at how children and young people might access services, which of course would be different from adult survivors. And that's as a starting point before we even get into what should be done to improve the services to them. But it's a very sensitive area, and a number of young people are not that keen on coming forward to talk about such things. I would say that years ago, when I did the first of my work in this area in Rotherham, we actually found ways, usually through youth workers and others, to. Of course, at that stage, they weren't cut back as they often are now as being non-statutory. But youth workers were excellent at organising groups of young people, and we would, we'd meet them in a community centre, and we'd talk to them over without direct eye contact, and usually when they were having something to eat that we obviously funded. And it was quite an eye-opener, really, how the approach that needed to be taken to young people around this, which is completely different from adult survivors as well. So, I mean, that's one of the starting points about soft intelligence as well.
Okay,
which is extremely important.
I know a lot of local authorities in Scotland are already working with different ways of accessing and getting people going to where they are, as opposed to where we think they should be.
That's right.
So,
that's absolutely correct. And I won't go on about it, but there are ways in which most agencies could improve how they manage that. Yeah. Yep.
Finally, just your meetings will be as strategic group or quarterly. So you mentioned earlier on about doing some deep dives. You've got the option to be able to do some deep dives and have some subcommittees. Is there anything at this stage that you think would be, you'd be talking about maybe looking at getting further details on a deep dive in any specific issue?
Well, not necessarily, but what I would say is that if we need to have more than quarterly meetings, I'm more than happy to do that, and to make sure that we don't lose sight of things because of the timescales. And that's one of the areas I would be discussing with the group at the meeting in January, is all of those matters. But there is an agenda there. There are a number of things that need to be looked at in more detail. And I would hope everyone would contribute to that, and we'll set out a programme.
Thank you, Professor Jay.
Thank you. Paul O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning, Professor Jay. I wonder if I can just return briefly to a theme around ministerial engagement between yourself and Scottish ministers. Prior to the statement that was made by Angela Constance in the Chamber in reference to the Liam Kerr's amendment, did she at any point, or any other Scottish minister, contact you to ascertain your views on using that quote that So sorry, just to check, at any point did anyone contact you for your view on that?
Not about that quotation or the context of it, no.
Okay, thank you. I think that's just helpful for clarity. I wonder if I can then just move to the strategic group and the idea of a review, because I think there has been conflation. I think people are slightly conflating the fact that there's a strategic group that is doing work, but there is not yet an independent review. So I think just for this morning and for the record, useful just to understand your view of those.
Indeed, and I can understand why it doesn't, why it's a little difficult to follow, because it's quite an unusual arrangement to have the four inspectorates taking forward work, and I not. When I say I'm not part of that, I am to some extent part of that, because my role would be to provide them with professional expertise about child sexual exploitation, and of course I was particularly keen to assist in the development of the methodology they would use when going into local areas as to how they were going to ascertain how far local areas were taking actions to address the issues and what had been done, and as mostly via the chief of what's known as the chief officers groups in each area. So it is an unusual arrangement, and I'm not sure if members are aware that that inspectorates have guard their independence of ministers and others, quite carefully. And I say that as somebody that was a chief inspector of an inspectorate some time ago. But anyhow, I'm sure it's workable, but I agree it's not entirely clear at this stage. But there is work going on, and it's progressing, and I think it is really, whilst it's important to get everything right, it's also important that it's done at some pace. Otherwise, it could get mired in the weeds of details, etc.
Yeah, and I mean, I think everyone would share that view about the importance of pace and of getting to the detail. It's why I was concerned on Monday to read reporting that the four inspectorates weren't aware to some extent of this review group and the work that was going to be done, and they were going to be asked. Indeed, I think it was the Care Inspectorate who said that they learned of it when the Cabinet Secretary referred to it in the Chamber. I mean, is that your understanding?
I'm afraid I don't have any. I can't comment on that, and I'm not sure what the statement from the Care Inspectorate covered. But a lot has happened in a short space of time. So I just don't know that at the moment.
But you would, I think it's fair to say, you would expect there to be clear terms of reference and clear guidance given to those inspectorates, and that will be perhaps part of your role?
I understand that I can confirm what has happened from only yesterday, that Scottish ministers have to issue directions to the inspectorates as to what they wish them to do. So that, I understand, is happening. So
in your view, who is leading this process? I mean, is it Scottish ministers giving direction to those inspectorates, or is there one person who's leading it? I mean, there's an assumption, I think, that you are to some extent.
That's not the case. I would play an important role in it, but it's not the case. The two of the four inspectorates, the two that are taking the lead, as it were, are the Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and the Care Inspectorate. So those are the two who've been kind of bringing the four together, as far as I understand it. But this has all happened in a fairly, short space of time. But I am not leading the review.
You'll appreciate, and I think you've touched on this briefly, but there is a degree of, I think, confusion. The landscape is a little cluttered. Do you understand why there's a frustration with victims about who is leading this process and who is able to get them the answers that they require?
Well, I'm not sure, a review process could immediately get them the answers they require, but at least they could talk to them about the process, what's going to happen, or consult them or whatever. But of course, I understand that. I mean, I've had a great deal of experience of working alongside victims and survivors in England and Wales, and I absolutely know the importance of all of that and the engagement with them, which is why it's one of the most important things to take forward for me in the chairing role of the National Strategic Group.
I wonder if I can just finally, Convener, given the exchange we've just had, Professor Jay, I mean, is it your view that we actually do need an independent review, because you have called for that previously, alongside the work that we've just discussed? And would you be open to, if the government asked you to lead that piece of work, would you be open to that?
Well, that's not where we are at the moment, and I can only work with what people have asked me to do right now. If you're asking me whether I think this arrangement is workable, yes, I'm sure it is. But I don't know the detail of it right now, and of course, if I were asked about such if it were deemed necessary to have some single person in the leadership role in this, then of course, depending on what they wanted me to do, like anybody else, I would consider it. But I don't want to sound as if I'm not supporting the current process, because clearly we have to get on and work has already been done by the inspectorates, and I have a contribution to make to that, and we'll have to see how it develops.
I'm grateful, Convener.
Thank you. Professor Jay, you're saying that the current process is workable, but do you think it's optimal? Is it the best process we could have to get answers for the victims?
I don't know that at the moment, because it's scarcely started. It's hard for me to comment on that. Maybe you should ask me back in a few months' time.
Yeah, no, we may do that. Was there any dialogue with you in terms of what was being proposed? Did people feed in, or did government ministers and advisers come to you and say, this is what we're doing? Was there an opportunity to develop it?
I have had regular meetings with the Chief Social Work Advisor and her deputy, and insofar as they were aware of everything that was going on, they were able to kind of keep me informed about it. But I don't, in truth, I don't know how the day-to-day detail is going to work.
Okay, thank you. And just in response to Mr O'Kane, you said the government hadn't asked you about your quote before it was used in the chamber, but you were emailed on the 12th of September to be told of Mr Kerr's amendment. The email also states from a civil servant, our minister will not support these amendments. They do say they're highlighting not for any proactive response, but mindful that you may be contacted for a view. Were you emailed about any other amendments? Because there were hundreds of amendments to that bill. So this is the only amendment that Scottish Government proactively emailed you about?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
It was really for information, as I understood it, in case I was contacted by media about it. But as I have stated, I wasn't aware of it before that. And certainly Mr Kerr didn't contact me, and I wouldn't have expected him to, of course.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Professor Jay. Thank you for joining us this morning. At any point has the Cabinet Secretary for Justice offered you an apology for how your position's been misrepresented in Parliament?
Yes, she did. I had a scheduled phone call at her request I could give you the date, but I can't remember it now. It was a couple of weeks ago. And she apologised for my name being bandied around in the Parliament. It's the briefest way I can put it, and how this must have been quite difficult, etc., etc. Yes.
Yeah,
she did apologise. To be perfectly clear, in writing to her, I never sought, nor do I still seek an apology. What I wanted was an accurate record.
Yes, and I think for those of us who have served in Parliament for some time, this whole affair, it is strange that this is how this has been corrected. We have procedures about how we correct our records in Parliament, and that hasn't been clearly followed in your case. The call you referenced, I think, was on the 6th of December. Do you know if a government official was present at that and a minute of that conversation was logged and shared with you?
It wasn't shared with me. I do understand that on most of such occasions, because it's not the first time, but obviously been involved in such matters, but I have always understood that someone would have been taking a note of phone calls or any kind of meeting at all. But I didn't receive anything. On the occasion when I had an arranged call with Mr. Swinney early on in this, not about this, of course, but nevertheless, it was perfectly clear that it was being noted, and in fact, I did receive a draft.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, in order.
And that call of the 6th of December, I think, should have also been shared with you, under the Code of Conduct anyway, for civil servants to do that. I wanted to also ask around the Chief Social Work Advisor. That's your main point of contact within government, and then the Cabinet Secretary for Education. And how many meetings have you had with Jenny Gilruth in this period as well?
I had one scheduled meeting with Jenny Gilruth, and the primary purpose of it was to formally offer me the role of chair of the National Strategic Group. I mean, she mentioned other matters, but they've already been covered. It's nothing exceptional, and that's perfectly in order to do with child sexual exploitation. But that was the main purpose of it, as I understood it.
Yeah, thank you. We've received, and I think, over the 10 years I've been in Parliament, where, as an Edinburgh MSP, a lot of communications from victims, their families, ongoing concerns, especially here within Edinburgh. But there's been a number of real concerns expressed around the destruction and loss of vital evidence and records being held, not only by the government, but Police Scotland, local authorities, health services, education departments. That can be ongoing as we speak. The evidence people are seeking can be being destroyed as we speak. How widespread do you think that is currently? And how important is it that this inquiry gets going to actually get hold of that evidence before it's destroyed?
Yes, there are two aspects to your question that are actually often overlooked, but nevertheless, my experience in chairing the public inquiry in England and Wales was, bearing in mind it was a public inquiry, so you could do it. We're not at that stage in Scotland, if indeed we ever get to that stage. However, first thing you do as the solicitor to the public inquiry would write to all the key agencies and tell them not to destroy anything. Now, it's really just a warning shot, because of course you can't check what you don't know, as it were. But it was a very clear warning shot that documents must not be destroyed that could be of any kind of relevance. And indeed, we heard, especially in the historic parts of the investigative work that we did, of the most extraordinary kind of bonfires of documents, files, etc., especially what we now call HR files, personnel files, where there might have been records of complaint about individual persons, and I'm not talking just about the loan agencies. I'm talking about church organisations, all sorts of places, institutions where records mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah.
And then that is one part of it. Another part of what you're saying, I will be brief about this, but we in my inquiry actually had a great deal from victims and survivors about the issue of access to records. And part of it was what I've just described, but other parts of it were their frustration at receiving redacted files, which is very annoying. I know what the reasons are for it, but third-party access. But nevertheless, access to records really mattered. In fact, in our final 20 recommendations, we said that the Information Commissioner ought to provide proper guidance as to how access to records for people in these circumstances, as well as others, ought to be managed. So it's a very important aspect of people, especially as children, trying to put together what on earth happened to them and what was known about it and why they were placed in certain places, etc. So it's an important matter.
Yeah, and just finally, you may be aware of a petition which has been passing through Parliament for some time around safeguarding and whistleblowing, and I pay tribute to the petitioners, Alison Dickey, Bill Cook, Christine Scott and Neil McClellan, who have been working tirelessly on that. That suggests the establishment of an independent national whistleblowing officer for education and wider children's services. Given your experience and work in the rest of the UK, would you support that call as well?
Well, I don't know enough about it, but I'll certainly find out now about the call for it. I suppose it would be, again, in the detail of it and what the boundaries might be around what the role of such a person would be. I can't think it would be anything but helpful, but I don't know the detail of it.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Professor Jay. And just finally, in response to Miles Briggs, you spoke about that call with Angela Constant. So in the emails that were released on the 27th of November at 9:33 in the evening, you were told, I have a request from Miss Constant's office for a private call with yourself. Was it a private call between yourself and Angela Constant? Were you aware of anyone else on the call?
I wasn't aware of anybody else on the call. I don't know whether there should or shouldn't have been, but nevertheless, it was a brief call. When I say brief, it was scheduled for 15 minutes, but I don't think it lasted that long.
Okay. Thank you very much. Professor Jay, on behalf of the committee, can I say how much we appreciate you agreeing to join us at short notice for your answers today. And I think there's also been an offer through the government for you to meet with committee members and other spokespeople going forward, which we are extremely grateful for. And could I wish you well with your endeavours. It is important work that you have to do to get answers for victims who have not had answers for so much time. So we are all wishing you well in your work that you have to do.
Well, I'd like to thank the members for their courtesy and in their well-informed questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now briefly suspend the meeting to allow a change of witnesses. Thank you very much and welcome back. We move to our next panel of witnesses and we will hear from the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs, Angela Constance, and the Cabinet Secretary is accompanied today by Scottish Government officials, Iona Colvin, Chief Social Work Advisor, and Andrew Watson, Director for Children and Families. Cabinet Secretary and officials, can I welcome you to the meeting and thank you on behalf of the committee for agreeing at short notice to come along here today. And I understand, Cabinet Secretary, you'd like to make a brief opening statement. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning to colleagues. I am very grateful to committee for allowing me to make a short statement which allows me to put on public record the apology that I gave to Alexis Jay privately for having so much focus not on her eminent work nor on the substance of child protection, but on remarks given by me in the Chamber. It was never my intention to have Professor Jay be the subject of so much intrusion and attention, and I very much regret that. In regard to Liam Kerr's urgent question on the 19th of November, I unfortunately could not attend Chamber due to being away from Parliament on Scottish Government business, so another minister had to reply. On reflection, I should have written to Mr Kerr and provided the information then that has been provided since. I did write to Mr Kerr twice in relation to the 2 of his Stage 3 amendments of the Victims' Witness and Justice Reform Scotland Bill, incidentally legislation I'm very proud of, to explain why I could not support the amendments. Work led by experts was already ongoing through the National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Strategic Group and Police Scotland's review of historic and existing cases, and the research he proposed was to be within 3 years, to be undertaken by a commissioner yet to be established or appointed, and would be a duplication of that work. I repeated this argument in the grouping debate on the 16th of September. In a later intervention on Mr. Kerr regarding data, I made my comment quoting Professor Alexis Jay from an interview in January with BBC Radio 4. I did not state that Professor Jay was commenting on Liam Kerr's amendments. I was making a general point on Professor Jay's views on calls for further inquiries. As the committee will be aware from reading the official report, I started by saying, is Mr Kerr aware of the work led by Professor Alexis Jay, who was the chair of an independent inquiry into child sexual abuse in England and Wales, and who currently sits on our National Strategic Group? I then said she shares my view and has put on the record and stated to the media that she does not support further inquiries into child sexual abuse and exploitation, given the significant time and resource already spent in the review that she led, the Casey audit and other reviews. She says that it is now time that people should just get on with it. Professor Jay wrote to me on the 26th of September, noting I correctly quoted her, but that her comments were in the context of a public inquiry in England and Wales, not Liam Kerr's amendment, and the Scottish Government should urgently take steps to establish reliable data, and had already been in discussions with officials about how that might be achieved. She also asked for her position to be clarified. Officials contacted Professor Jay on the 3rd of October, proposing to do that at the meeting of the strategic group scheduled for the 8th of October, noting that minutes are published. Professor Jay responded on the 6th of October, agreeing to that. This was done as planned, and the minutes published on the 18th of November. Convener, let me conclude by addressing the most important people here in all of this, which is victims themselves. And I have been driven in my work by the experiences of victims who must have their voices heard. That is why I established what is now the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry when Education Secretary, and why I took forward the Victims Act. Whilst the focus of some in the last few weeks has been on the way that I quoted Professor Jay, I do hope that after today, noting that the Education Secretary has a statement this afternoon, that attention can turn rightly to victims and survivors and the work that we all need to do together to protect our children. Thank you, Convener. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And just to start on your final point, given the importance you place in victims, how did you feel when you received the email, like we all did yesterday, from Taylor's mum, saying that victims don't have any confidence in you anymore?
Well, I always try very hard to be sensitive, compassionate, and take on board the views of all victims. And I would never for a minute deny victims the opportunity to speak to their truth. You will, of course, appreciate that in this role and in previous roles that I have engaged extensively with victims, victims who have been traumatised by offences, offences that have been brought to justice, or offences where justice has not been done. And I recognise that there are always a range of views by victims. Many victims have told me that they are supportive of the work that I have done, particularly in terms of the victims legislation. I engage extensively with victim survivors and, crucially as well, their families. So I am very sorry that Taylor and her mum feel the way they do, and it's not for me to in any way deny or reinterpret their views on me or indeed any other matter.
I'm just wondering, though, how you felt. I mean, the letter to all MSPs, including yourself, finished by saying, please do the right thing and vote to remove Angela Constance from her position. This will give the many victims of this barbaric form of abuse some belief and trust in the process going forward. Are you worried that they now won't have belief and trust in the process going forward if you remain in post?
Well, I'm very respectful of the views of the victims whose comments you've read out. It, of course, grieves me that if I have done or said anything that causes distress to anyone, not least victims. But I also know from my day-to-day work, while I've had many hard conversations with victims, some of those conversations have been very challenging to me and indeed the government. But I have also, often in the, in the context of the challenge that victims give, some victims will also speak to the importance of the work that I and other government ministers do.
Professor Alexis Jay told this committee this morning that she would welcome the official record of Parliament being corrected in a similar way to the minute of the meeting. Will you now do that, given that request from Professor Jay?
Well, Convener, I can certainly look at if and how that can be done. I am very
so
conscious...
if I can just assist on that, the mechanism will be to make a statement that is then included into the official record. That's something that has been requested of you for some time. Professor Jay has now said at this committee that she would welcome that. Is that something you will now commit to? I
will certainly consider that, Convener, and if I may perhaps explain my thinking at the time why I didn't adjust the record, and if I can then address the point that you're making about the here and the now. At the time when I received Professor Jay's letter, I did not, as we all know, correct the record. Essentially because my view was I was making a general debating point around the need to get on with the work in the intervention that I made on Mr Kerr. It was also from Professor Jay's letter that she wanted her position clarified. She did also say in her letter that the quote I used was correct, but of course she added context to that. And it just wasn't clear to me on how I would correct the record by, what would I, put into the record, whereas on other occasions, I'm quite sure I'm not the only MSP here who's ever had to correct the record. It is something I have done in the past. Not often, but I mean, over a number of years, it's something that I've done, and normally it's because a quote was wrong, a word was wrong, names were wrong, figures were wrong, and I wasn't sure how that would do justice to the clarification that Professor Jay was seeking. And I'm also aware, as committee will be aware, that how the matter was clarified and remedied via officials was put to Professor Jay, and that she was content with a clarification on the minutes of the strategic national group, which is an important group, and the minutes are publicly available. That was a course of action that Professor Jay agreed to. In terms of the request that you as convener have articulated and that Alexis Jay has spoken to this morning, I will look to see if that can be done. I will relook at that and to see how we can do that. My understanding is that there is a time limit to correct the record, but I can give you an undertaking that I'll go and look at that.
Will we get a response to that quite quickly? Because if there is a time limit, then there's obviously procedures we can look in Parliament to suspend standing orders. I mean, the fact that the time limit has been exceeded is down to an interpretation by you and others that it maybe wasn't required. If the person involved has said they would welcome it, then I don't think we should be looking at a time bar on this.
Well, I recognise that, convener, and that as I would with any committee, I would seek to give a speedy response.
In terms of that option, Professor Jay also confirmed that she was given two options: a letter from you in response to her letter, which wouldn't necessarily be public but could be released through FOI sometime later, or the corrections to the minutes. Why did no government civil servant or special advisor suggest or offer a correction to the official record? Was it discussed by anyone at any point in government that you may have to or you may need to correct the official record?
So I can't answer the very specific nature of your question. Obviously, I've been a parliamentarian for a long time now, and I certainly considered that when I received Professor Jay's letter. And as is the norm with correspondence where further advice or information is required, I would routinely get advice on that from officials, but that would apply to any correspondence that was perhaps of a more sensitive nature.
And where did the Professor Jay quote come from? You said it's from Radio 4, but were you listening to Radio 4 one day and thought that's a helpful quote to use in the chamber? Was it a box note provided by a special advisor or a civil servant? And when you received it and decided to use it in the chamber, had any contact or clarification been made with Professor Jay to check that you would be using it in the correct context?
So the quote was in a briefing note that I had. I don't know who wrote it, whether it was officials or special advisors. There was, of course, a bill team supporting me with a large landmark piece of legislation. And as part of any briefing pack, it's divided into the groupings of debate. You'll have purpose and effect notes, and then there will be additional information, and the quote was in that information that I had to hand on the day.
Can your officials help us? If it was government officials, was it political special advisors that inserted that note?
I'm not
wondering.
Sure officials will be able to answer that.
Mr Watson, Ms Colvin?
So I wasn't part of the bill team for that particular piece of legislation, but routinely in terms of the advice given to ministers, as Ms Constance says. There'd be a clustering of material about individual amendments, and briefing would be provided in the normal way. So I think it is routine practice for officials to provide ministers with quotes or pieces of expert advice about individual topics that might come up in the bill. So I think it would have probably come from an official briefing in the kind of routine sort of way that would be provided.
Could we perhaps get clarity on that if you're able to provide it after this meeting? Just before I move on to other members, Professor Jay mentioned a call that she had with you, and I think that's what you were alluding to in terms of the apology you made to her about her name being brought into this. Was that the call where you had requested a private call between yourself and Professor Jay on the 27th of November?
Yes, so I had asked to make a private call to Professor Jay. I did so. I thanked her for taking the call because I requested the call. It was entirely up to Professor Jay whether she accepted the call. And at that time, I was strongly of the view that I owed Professor Jay a professional apology, because it always grieves me, and this is a reflection, and can I just say, most certainly not a deflection. It always grieves me when experts, professionals who've spent their working life to protect our children become involved in a political debate or dispute. And I could only imagine, and it was, it wouldn't take a genius to work out that there would be a level of inconvenience and intrusion on Alexis Jay. And I wanted to express that to her, and to make a personal and direct apology to her, and that I recognised and understood and accepted her position. And I did have my own position that I, briefly stated to her. I didn't labour my position to her, that, I would have to continue to answer questions about my position on this matter, but in no way did anything that I see was that to undermine, her views on the matter.
And were you calling as an individual MSP or as the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and Home Affairs?
Well, bearing in mind that I was calling as an individual. I'm not quite sure.
But it was in relation to quotes you'd made as Cabinet Secretary?
Quotes I'd made as Cabinet Secretary.
So it was as Cabinet Secretary?
So, yes.
Which officials were on the call?
There was no officials on the call. It was a private call.
Sorry, so it was a call between you and Alexis Jay
yes,
only?
It was.
On government business, because you've just confirmed you were calling as the Cabinet Secretary?
I was calling as a result of comments, as you say, that I had made as Cabinet Secretary, and I wrote up a note, and I have provided that to my office.
When did you write up that note?
I wrote it up that day, and I would have either sent it to the office that day or the next day. I would have to check.
Why is that not shared in the Freedom of Information response?
I don't know, Mr. Ross. I don't know. I don't actually know what information you asked for in terms of the Freedom of Information.
I didn't. It wasn't my Freedom of Information response.
Well, forgive me.
Interestingly, I asked a question in Parliament and was provided with that detail. But paragraph 8.13 of the Ministerial Code, are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the Ministerial Code.
And paragraph 8.13?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So.
It says a government official should be present for all discussions relating to government business. Why was a government official not present for that?
Because I'd asked to make a private call.
Do you think that could be something that could potentially be a breach of the Ministerial Code? Just based on what I've read out there. I'm not asking for you to judge whether you breached it or not, but on that alone, do you think it could potentially be something that would need to be investigated?
I don't think so. I mean, I know, I don't.
Why? I mean, unless I'm reading this wrong, but a government official should be present for all discussions relating to government business. You've confirmed this was government business because you were contacting Professor Jay as the Cabinet Secretary.
I had contacted her about...
Sorry, just to finish this point.
Forgive me.
You yourself then have written up a note, so you knew after the call that this was required to have a note of it. Therefore, you would also know, you are a very experienced both parliamentarian and government minister, that an official should have been on that call. Why did you not ask for an official to be on the call if you think it's so important that you write up a note of the meeting, the call immediately after?
Because I'm conscious that everything has to be on the record. As I said, I don't have the ministerial code right in front of me. And it was important to me to make a personal call, to make a very personal apology to Alexis Jay. It was, of course, in relation to comments that I had made as Cabinet Secretary in Chamber. That the comments are on the comments are on the record. I am not aware of ministers being prohibited from making personal calls. It will, of course, as ever, be for others to judge and make any judgments about my actions or behaviour or comments.
Will you make that note available to the public now or to this committee?
Of course.
And will you look into why it wasn't part of the Freedom of Information response? Because people were asking for all correspondence between Professor Alexis Jay and the Scottish Government, given that was a readout of a discussion with Professor Alexis Jay and you. That would presumably fall under that request.
It was a note of a meeting as opposed to correspondence, but I don't want to get into semantics.
Okay.
But if there are any outstanding issues that yourself or any committee member have, I will ensure that there is a timely response.
Thank you. Willie Rennie.
I don't really get this. I've really struggled to understand the motivation behind why you've done this. If you had said today, earlier, then this episode may have come to an end. But it's the constant reinterpretation of events, different ministers saying different things, and even up to yesterday with the First Minister saying something different from what you've said today. So I just don't really understand why you weren't clear from the very beginning. Why was that?
So I think my position in reasoning is clear, Mr Rennie. I do accept, as I intimated in my opening remarks, that an earlier intervention by me to ensure that all information that people were requesting was available. It is unsatisfactory that information that was requested has taken so long.
So why did the First Minister say what he said yesterday, which is different from what you've said today? Is it just overnight that you've reflected on all of that? When did you make the decision to say what you're going to say today?
Well, obviously, I've had considerable time to reflect on all matters, and as you would expect, any minister to always be reflecting on their actions. I mean, I have, while the basis of my position hasn't changed in terms of what I said, you know, it was a correct quote, Professor Jay was seeking clarification, while my position on what I said and why I said it in chamber, that hasn't changed. You do, of course, reflect greatly on how matters are handled. And for me, if, as I said in my opening remarks, if information had been made available, people, you know, will always come to their own conclusions about matters.
Did you not advise the First Minister to say that yesterday? But why this today? Why not yesterday? Why not the previous week? I can't just believe that it's been decided overnight. You must have come to this conclusion to be more upfront today about what happened and your regrets about this process earlier.
Well, I was conscious that today it's me at committee, and we are all entitled to speak to events as we see them.
But even down to the point that the conveners made about the call that you made with Alexis J, I think it's clear from your reaction to the convener that you knew that was a mistake, that you should have had an official on. There seems to be just a series of mistakes that are occurring throughout this episode, and that's why people's confidence in you has been shaken through this process. Do you understand that?
I'm always very respectful of other people's views, Mr Rennie, and I try my best to understand things from the perspective of others, not least victims and witnesses.
It's not quite the same. I mean, you've got to admit there has been a series of errors, not just the original one, which we can understand because we all, as you say, have to correct the record at different times. But to make the series of mistakes following that and allow even up to yesterday the First Minister to say something different from what you've said today, that's why we're questioning.
I think I have made some additional remarks today.
It's contradictory from yesterday.
I don't think it's contradictory. I don't accept that.
Okay. Thank you, Convener.
Jackie Dimbar.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Cabinet Secretary. I'd like to focus on Liam Kerr's amendment, if you don't mind. I've checked the official report and note that his amendment, well, in effect, was not to establish an inquiry, something that he actually said himself, because I quote, require the making of recommendations about how to prevent this most vicious and heinous of practices from occurring and about whether a full public inquiry should be commissioned. Can I ask, is that your understanding of Mr Kerr's amendment? And that's what you were speaking to?
So, as you say, Mr Kerr, when he was speaking to Amendments 30, 31 and 32 of that legislation, actually was very reflective, made some very detailed remarks. He spoke to the work of the Casey Review and in England and Wales. And I made the remark again on the public record, I think in a subsequent supplementary question to an urgent question that I was answering, that I regretted deeply that there'd been a mischaracterisation of Mr Kerr's amendments, because the effect of his amendments, as he acknowledged himself at the time, was not to establish a public inquiry into grooming gangs. And I do find it a wee bit ironic in a debate that is about accuracy that his amendments have been mischaracterised.
Okay. Then talking about accuracy, I was one of the MSPs named on social media by the Conservatives after the vote, saying that I had voted against the grooming gangs inquiry. And that has caused the whole MSPs who were named a considerable amount of abuse online, and has actually caused other serious consequences for others. Do you think that this issue has become too politicised and we've moved away from what we should actually be concentrating on, which is how we tackle child sexual abuse and protect the children from harm?
So the issue of a grooming inquiry has become extremely politicised. I do think it is regretful that others have mischaracterised what that vote in Parliament was about. I am aware that some of the MSPs mentioned in a piece of social media that was circulated claiming that this list of MSPs had voted against a grooming inquiry, when the vote in Parliament on Mr Kerr's amendments was never about a grooming inquiry. As was acknowledged himself, the amendment would have resulted in a Victims and Witness Commissioner, which the member moving the amendments didn't support the establishment of a Victims and Witness Commissioner, that they would undertake research that had to be reported within 3 years. And my focus was always on the work that we needed to do right now. I'm also aware that the people who didn't support those amendments were listed, named in a social media clip or graphic. And I also know that some people on that list had received quite extensive and disturbing online abuse as a result of that. So there are always consequences of what we say, whether that's in chamber but also online, given the toxic nature of our politics right now. And our focus should always be first and foremost on protecting children. And if I can, just by way of contrast, in the stage 3 closing debate, the open debate, I, of course, did challenge those people who were supporting the Victims, Witness and Justice Reform Bill of all the reforms that they were voting against, reforms that victims had campaigned for over many years. I made that debating point, but under no circumstances did it ever gaslight any other members of this Parliament, because I have no wish to politicise the issues of child protection. After Christmas, it will be almost 30 years since I started my training as a social worker, so this is something that matters to me a lot.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, I did actually speak to Mr Kerr on that very issue in a private conversation, so thank you, Convener.
I just wonder, listening to that, Cabinet Secretary, do you regret using the Professor Jay quote now, given that we know how this Parliament works and probably people had decided which way they were voting? Given that this has been ongoing so long, do you now think it was a mistake to intervene at that point to use that quote?
So the quote was accurate.
No, I'm not doubting that.
The quote was accurate, and of course Professor Jay exercises her right, which I absolutely respect, for providing additional context to that, and she wanted to seek clarity.
It's more just in hindsight, looking back. Do you think this could have been avoided?
I don't imagine there's a parliamentarian in this place who doesn't look back at how they've expressed themselves. So could I have expressed myself differently? I'm quite sure I could have. But the quote was accurate.
Okay, thank you. Bill Kidd.
Thank you very much, Ed. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Now, child abuse and the protection of children falls under the education portfolio through the National Strategic Group, as we've spoken about earlier. But as Justice Secretary, how do you see the overlap in government between those two areas?
So, as Mr Kidd says, child protection is led by my colleagues in education. But it's a cross-government endeavour in the same way that we all have a cross-government mission to tackle child poverty, for example. Every minister indeed has a responsibility towards the protection of children. The protection of children cuts across, certainly cuts across justice, housing, education, transport. That's not an exhaustive list. For my part, in terms of justice, it is about the detection and the disruption of behaviour So the work that Police Scotland are currently undertaking in terms of looking at those cases of interest, past and present, in terms of group-based abuse and exploitation of children and vulnerable adults is particularly important, and it is something that I hold dear.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm thinking off my head actually about that identification of children when it comes to child abuse, identification of children suffering that must actually be something which education could lead strongly on, but that when it comes to actually having to deal with that going forward, the justice would take precedent, would it? Or
so it's in the real world, the protection of our children is multidisciplinary, and it is you have joint investigations between police and social work. I led on child protection when I was the Children's Minister a long time ago, and had the ultimate responsibility for that when I was Cabinet Secretary for Education. That, again, was a long time ago. I can ask Iona to speak to the work, or Andrew, the work that officials do to ensure that we have the right focus. But the sort of work I'm involved in now as Justice Secretary is I chair, for example, the Serious Organised Crime Task Force. And that has, for example, looked at the work of one of Professor Jay's reviews, and that was around the criminal exploitation of children. So, I led on work with respect to that, but child protection sits with my colleagues in education. But I just really have to emphasise we all have a responsibility towards it.
thank you. Does Iona want to say anything?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the strategic group, which I co-chair with DCS Taylor from Police Scotland, who's in charge of public protection for Police Scotland, we have representation from right across all the professions, from the police, from law officer, from the Crown Office, from education, from health, from social work. And we have all the main third sector national charities as well. So it's everybody's business, if you like, is basically our approach. And that's the approach we've been taking, and we've been looking at the work across all of those agencies and trying to get to the bottom of where we are in Scotland.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Mr Watson, you want to just put a wee bit?
Sure, just a couple of other maybe examples of that joint working that the Cabinet Secretary has described. So firstly, in terms of our governance around children and families services and outcomes, I chair a national leadership group bringing together leaders from across Scotland, and that very much includes representatives from the police as part of that structure. I think another good example of that joint working would probably be the Bairnshoes programme, which is a joint venture between education, health and justice. Again, very much designed to produce that kind of system-wide support for children, and that absolutely brings in professionals from the police, social work, health and so on. So, as the Cabinet Secretary says, it really is a system-wide effort, and I think that's reflected in quite a bit of our policy and some of our governance as well.
Okay, thank you.
Because Mr Kidd's been mentioning the victims and survivors, I think at this point I'll take in George Adam, who wants to extend that argument.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary. I would just like to ask, with regards to, obviously, up until now, as Iona just said, that she joint chairs the strategic group, but when it's Professor Alexis Jay that will be doing it from January, with your role and what you're doing, how do you see that you can deliver tangible improvements for victims and survivors rather than remaining a strategic advisory board and forum? How do you see how you'll be able to what value are you going to bring to the work that they're going to be doing at this stage, Cabinet Secretary?
So the value of the work that Justice brings to this, if you look at, for example, online harms, we are having a debate this afternoon in Parliament on cyber security and the threats that poses. That, of course, is a threat to the protection of children, but it also has other implications in terms of national security and our economy, for example. And I have already spoken to the work of the Serious Organised Crime Task Force, which has had a particular focus, or one strand of its work has been around the criminal exploitation of children, and work that flowed from that was practical guidance, as well as actually a change in the law that we've worked with the UK Government on. I can provide more detail if people are interested in that. But I would also contend that the work and the context of all of this is, of course, the Victims, Witness and Justice Reform Bill and the debate that took place as part of that, where significant reforms were made and will now have to be implemented, particularly for child and adult survivors of sexual abuse. And my focus there was on delivering the Sexual Offences Court to ensure that our justice system becomes more trauma-informed and that it minimises the re-traumatisation of victims and witnesses when they are going through, in this instance, the court process. And that is in part of the wider work to support and encourage victims to be able to have the confidence to come forward and report offences that have occurred either currently or in the past. And Police Scotland, actually what I attended when I was Cabinet Secretary for Education was the launch of the National Child Abuse Investigation Unit that Police Scotland have.
And on the bill, you mentioned the Victims Bill that we had a couple of months ago. Now, it was a massive stage 3. I've been here a long time, but there was an awful lot of amendments during that. You know, when you were trying to deal with such a bill of such magnitude that actually changed things dramatically in the correct way for supporting victims and those that are kind of dealing with these issues, you know, how do you get to a place where, when you're dealing with all that at the same time, actually having to engage with the opposition parties to make sure you get a good balance of the actual taking the bill forward? Obviously, there's been a parliament of minorities.
So, throughout the bill process, there was extensive engagement with victims and victim support organisations, and in fact many of the reforms within the bill were a result of campaigns and the endeavours of very brave victims who had who were able to speak about their public experience. Many victims and victims organisations had campaigns for the changes such as the abolition of the not proven verdict, the Sexual Offences Court, independent legal representation at the part of the court process, where that's the section 27475 framework, where victims are protected from inappropriate or intrusive question about their personal histories as victims of sexual offences. And there was also extensive engagement, as you would expect, as should be the norm, with members of the opposition. My endeavour was to build as much consensus around that bill as possible. And again, you know, it grieved me that Parliament wasn't unanimous on that bill. I had taken out some of the more controversial aspects of that bill with the intention or the hope to build consensus. There were around, so there were 20 Conservative amendments that the government supported at both stage 2 and stage 3. There were 14 Liberal Democrat amendments, 5 Labour amendments, and there was only 4 Green amendments that the government supported. So there's extensive efforts. And actually I'm grateful to members, in particular Jamie Green, for some of his amendments. And where amendments weren't taken forward, again an example of Jamie Green, those issues fed into, for example, the consultation on parole.
Mm-hmm. And just a final question. I've known you for a very long time, Cabinet Secretary, and I know the answer to this question, but I want it for the record. I just want to know that as Justice Secretary, you meet with victims or survivors all the time. You've actually spoken about what you did out in the real world before you came here earlier on as well as a social worker. How does that shape your approach when you go about your business as a Scottish Government Minister?
Well, I do meet victims and survivors and their families on a very regular basis. This week I met with families of those who'd lost loved ones, those who had died in custody, people who had died in the care of the state. I'm a great believer in people being able to speak to their truth, being able to express truth to power. And the one thing I've always had is a frustration quite often about the pace of change. Every inquiry into the fatality, for example, of a child or a child that's been abused, going back to the Maria Caldwell inquiry in 1973, often, you know, these inquiries often have the same themes. So my focus has always been about what I can do in the here and now in terms of getting on with the job. And if I'm guilty of anything, I am very task-focused. I've learned over the years that you need to be focused on the substance, the bigger issues, which are about getting change. The world around us sometimes moves fastly for the wrong reasons, but getting the world to move around us at pace for the right reasons to make changes is often deeply frustrating. And I'm always impatient to be getting on with the job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, Mr Adam mentioned that the large number of amendments to the bill. Given we are told this has always been, but it certainly seems to have been clarified more, an issue that relates to the education portfolio, what discussions did you have with the Cabinet Secretary for Education about Liam Kerr's amendment, and what discussions did officials from the Justice and Home Affairs Department and the Education Department have about that amendment?
So while I would be...
Did you have any?
Not that I recall. I will go back and check.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Do you understand why that's then slightly conflicted with the position that this is, as Mr Rennie was alluding to, something that is in the Education Secretary's portfolio? Surely if you get amendments to a bill, and I'm thinking of another bill going through Parliament at the moment, the Natural Environment Bill, we had a number of different Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers coming along at stage 2, because there are issues that affect different portfolios. The Government are telling us this is not under your remit, it's under Jenny Gilruth's remit, but you're telling us when an amendment about this issue comes up, you don't discuss it with Jenny Gilruth and your officials don't discuss it with education officials.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay.
saying I don't recall any specific discussions that I had with Jenny Gilruth around Mr Kerr's amendments. I would like to restate that this amendment was not about the establishment of a grooming gang inquiry. Officials, and particularly a bill team, will of course seek information from other parts of government about the work that's going on. I was obviously aware of some of that work that was going on, both in justice, well, all of the work going on in justice, and some of the work in education. So all of that was provided to me in briefing. And it's not, in terms of what's accepted as an amendment to be discussed in Parliament on the floor of the Chamber, it's not my, that's not my decision or the government's.
Decision,
It's not the government's decision. But it is important that we are clear about what these amendments were about.
Sorry, did you just say that that's not a government decision?
So, in terms of when
the vote is obviously not, but whether the government supports an amendment or not.
Yeah, that's the government's decision.
Yeah.
I suppose what I was saying, Mr. Ross, is that in terms of when opposition members lay amendments to a bill,
of course,
I may, for example, look at an amendment. It's just a hypothetical example. Say, well, that's got nothing to do with this bill. That's not the purpose of this bill. But it's not my decision in terms of what amendments are accepted for debate, either at stage 2 or at stage 3.
And officials, do you recall any discussion with education officials about this particular amendment?
So, as I said earlier, I wasn't personally involved in the bill process, but I can confirm absolutely, yes, there would have been discussion between the different portfolios.
So education definitely discussed Amendment 32 in the name of Liam Kerr?
Yes.
So how do you know that if you weren't involved?
Because it's teams in I run a large part of the government, and it's teams in my area that would have been doing that. So yes, I do know.
So tell us what their involvement was, or what their input was.
So they would have given advice in relation to, I think, as the Cabinet Secretary has said, the particular amendment in question was around the Commissioner role. So, for example, one of the issues in my own area that we have a very strong interest in is the role of the Children's Commissioner and how that would interact with this sort of role as well. So that would be an example of the type of thing that would be discussed.
Okay, and you could share that with the committee?
I don't know what that looks like in terms of information, but I'm happy to look at that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ross Greer.
Thank you. I just want to echo Jackie and Barr's comment in the first instance about the irony of this being a conversation about potentially misleading comments when within minutes of the vote on Liam Kerr's amendments, the Conservatives put out a not only deeply misleading graphic, but one that has undermined the safety of dozens of individuals who they've made false claims about. So I think that there's a serious conversation that we need to have ahead of the election about how the parties in this place conduct themselves and the impact that it has on colleagues. But, Cabinet Secretary, you mentioned a minute ago your frustration at the pace of change, which I think is one that we would probably all share. One of my concerns about this process is that while a review and the data gathering is absolutely essential, the potential public inquiry may well come about, that's years of work before any potential actions, recommendations come out of it. And there is a need to support survivors and do more to prevent this happening right now. One of the amendments that was agreed to the, apologies, can't remember if it was an amendment or it was in the original draft, it was agreed as part of the Victims Bill, was about independent legal representation for survivors of sexual abuse. Could you give us any update on when you expect that particular provision to be enacted and that support to be available? Because my understanding is that would cover grooming gang survivors, and as I mentioned in the Chamber yesterday, the issues that we've got more widely around access to legal aid do very much impact on survivors of crimes like this, because they tend to be disproportionately from very vulnerable communities, disproportionately care experienced, and disproportionately people on lower incomes who would be in need of legal aid. So could you provide any update on when that will be enacted?
So there's two strands to that work. There is resource that we have committed to and a timeline that we've committed to in terms of independent legal advice, which is different from the independent legal representation that I spoke of earlier that is in the bill. The independent legal representation that's in the Victims, Witness and Justice Reform Bill is very specific to the rape shield clauses. And that was due to when lawyers are contesting, what evidence should be led about an individual, particularly if it's very private and personal information belonging to a complainer in a sexual crime. that their voice was absent from that process, and that they weren't represented. Everybody else is there with their lawyer, but their voice wasn't represented. In terms of independent legal advice, that's something that's a bit different from representation.
Yeah, sorry, just to draw on that though, so the representation, as you say, it's very narrow in
yes,
relation to rape shield. When are we expecting enactment for that?
So that will be one of the earlier pieces that we will proceed with. It is, I would have to get back to you, it is one of the earlier, the first enactment is the abolition of the not proven. There is work being led in collaboration with the, for example, the Emma Rich clinic on this, which we fund. There has been work produced around the best model to support the ILR, and I've made a commitment to the Criminal Justice Committee and therefore Parliament around a pilot for independent legal advice, which is about supporting victims and survivors and complainers, probably a bit earlier in the process so that they can access advice from, for example, a KC, and it's about what to expect in course, in the course of proceedings in court. And that will be advancing with that work next year. And there are timelines associated with it, Mr Ross, that I will write to you, but they are in the next calendar year.
That's much appreciated. I recognise we would not normally be the committee you would write to about that, but given the increasing overlap in relation to grooming gangs and child protection, I think that would be valuable. And just on that broader point, like I mentioned yesterday, and the challenges around legal aid and the fact it is just not available in large parts of the country because of the lack of solicitors. Is the government still intending on bringing anything forward before the end of this Parliament? I think that's, what, 10 sitting weeks?
So, legal aid is in need of reform. I'm not going to demur from that for 1 second. It is a demand-led budget, so if people are currently entitled to legal aid, the cost of that, must be met. We do have a very, in comparison to other jurisdictions, we've got a generous system in Scotland. Miss Brown is progressing some statutory instruments just now, and that they will, help move the situation on. But there is a broader case for reform, bearing in mind legal aid is a public service. And it needs to be more user-friendly, both for citizens, but also for solicitors. And while access to solicitors, for example, is generally works well, I am acutely aware that there are particular parts of the country, geographical parts of the country, Orkney, West Lothian, Perth and Kinross, and some other areas where there have been difficulties in accessing a solicitor. And there's also the issue about specialisms as well. So the work that is being done to support the legal profession is important in this regard. But I won't demur that there is work ongoing just now that will help, but there is a bigger case for reform.
Yeah, and as you say, it's a demand-led service, and I hope and I expect, as a result of the wider debate that we're now having, there may well be more survivors of grooming gangs and child sexual abuse who are going to come forward, and that will be one of many contributing factors towards increasing demand for that. I hope that what Siobhan Brown's bringing through at the moment will provide some kind of interim relief. It sounds though what you're saying that there's perhaps, if I'm over-interpreting, correct me, there's a commitment there that depending on the result of the election, that you would be intending on wholesale or substantive reform of the system in the next session of Parliament. We're talking about a couple of small interim measures that Siobhan Brown will bring forward before the election, but that's all we should expect before the election.
So we are taking steps. I'm trying not to get into the technicalities of legal aid or indeed the statutory instruments. Happy, of course, to provide further information. So we are taking steps to address what can be addressed with the time available in Parliament. But I am acknowledging that there's a bigger case for reform.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul McLennan.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I just want to come back to the data issue. Probably say it for yourself, Iona, in terms of that. It's probably the outlook on the data. You've probably heard the question before of Alexis Jay, but Kim's, what your current outlook would be on data collection. And I think that was the really important part we talked about previously and the part we talked about before. So what your kind of thoughts or outlook on data collection previously and where we go from now, sort of things.
So it's complicated, I think, and I think Professor Jay said that. What we do know is we have an issue, so we're clear the group has been looking at this in some detail, and the Chief Statistician has been leading work, supported by Celsus as well, who are specialists in child protection. And it's clear, if you look at the numbers of adults who are survivors of sexual abuse, and you look at the numbers of adults who are also being prosecuted for sexual abuse, then there's a discrepancy between that and when you look into the child protection system and what you see. What you see basically is something like 0.2% on the child protection register relating to child sexual abuse and 2.2% of the SCRA data, the children's reported data. So we're quite clear we've got an issue there. What we're trying to do is to get to the bottom of what that's about. And so that work's moving on. So Police Scotland obviously are working with the UK government, particularly with the National Crime Agency, as CABSEC has said, and that work's going on in terms of the police investigation. We've got the data stream, which the Chief Statistician's been looking at with the support of Celsus. And what we know is that we're not, I think Professor Jay referred to it, there's issues around definitions and consistency. And that is part of the work that I would hope that in terms of the national review, the inspectorates will uncover some of those discrepancies and allow us to be able to look at what we need to do to bring consistency and also to uncover what's going on. Police Scotland would say they can only investigate what's reported to them. And so we know that a lot of people are not coming forward, and Professor Jay is absolutely the expert in terms of supporting survivors and the work she's done around truth projects. And she mentioned the issues we have around the workforce. So I think it's really important that we get to the bottom of what's going on. We know we've got an issue. We know Police Scotland are going through everything that they know about. And I think we need to also help local areas to look at what they're doing and are there things that are being missed.
Just a supplementary, just coming back to local areas, I don't know if you can say a little bit more about that, because I think that's one of the key things, I think, for me, because if you're talking about what the local approach, there'll be slightly different aspects and different group, I suppose different agencies involved. The other national agencies, but also be the local agencies. It's just maybe a little bit more on terms of how you break down that local kind of aspect to it.
Yeah, CABSEC Education is going to make a statement later in terms of some of the work that's going on with the inspectorates. But the reason that we've asked all 4 inspectorates to be involved is because all 4 have a different role. Obviously, the police in terms of investigation, but education, for example, and health in terms of identifying early on when children for example, start to go missing from school, don't turn up for health appointments, that kind of thing. That is an early indicator that something's wrong. So we need to look across the system. And the group have been very clear. It's not just about what we need to learn from the past, and we absolutely do. And the survivors need to have their justice, their day in court. There is a big issue around that. We need to learn from what's happened to them. But it's also, are we fit for now, and what do we need to do in terms of future challenges? And CABSEC mentioned the online challenge, for example, which we think will be something that will be very significant and make a significant impact in terms of child protection. So that's why we need to get on top of it.
Okay, fine. Convener, thanks for that.
Thank you. John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. I gather you were in another committee Cabinet Secretary, so you maybe missed my question to Professor Jay, but I'll be asking you something similar, which is based on the fact that the Finance Committee has been looking at public inquiries recently, and especially the cost effectiveness of them, some taking an extremely long time and costing a lot of money. And you yourself said earlier on today that you're keen on pace of change. So can you explain to us, first of all, how this is all going to work? I mean, there's going to be a review. Is there a timescale for this review that involves Professor Jay? Is there a budget for this review? And then is one of the options that there might then be a public inquiry?
So I'll start off, and in terms of the detail in and around the review, I'll ask officials to come in. And I'm obviously aware of the work that FPAC have done on public inquiries. I, of course, in my time as a minister, have announced and established 2 public inquiries. And, you know, there are times and occasions where you just can't get away from the need for a public inquiry. I won't rehearse the history around why the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry was set up, but it is a decision that I will defend to the end of my days, irrespective of length and cost, and that view was shaped by the extensive engagement I had with many survivors of historical child abuse, not just while I was Education Secretary, but in other aspects of my life, and particularly as a social worker.
I mean, if you'll forgive me for interrupting, I'm with you on the public inquiry that it's worthwhile having, but other countries are able to have public inquiries at much quicker and to a lower cost. And, you know, for example, Sweden had its public inquiry on COVID finished in 2022, costing £2 million. There seems to be a problem in the UK and Scotland that when we do have a public inquiry, it goes on forever and it costs an absolute fortune.
So I think there's a fairness and a balance in that, Mr Mason, because you know, nobody's demurring from the necessity at times to have, you know, large-scale, you know, independent, judge-led public inquiries. But my view would be that we should learn from other countries, or at least look at what other countries do, because I'm conscious of the, you know, justice delayed is justice denied, and the point about pace. So it just shouldn't be, it should never be our default position, you know, going straight to having a public inquiry. I think the point about us currently not having enough information or enough data about the scale of group-based harms to children, or indeed other harms to children, is a point that is well made and one that I would endorse. So, I mean, I'm agreeing with the point that you know, there is much to learn from other countries. How the terms of reference is drafted is important in terms of getting focus on these things. But we should always be looking at other ways to addressing the issues and meeting the needs of victims, witnesses and survivors.
So on timescale, are you expecting, I mean, I know we're going to have a statement this afternoon, so I can ask this again, but if you don't know, but I mean, what is the timescale for the review that Professor Jay is involved in? Is there a cost to that? And then at that point, would a decision be made about a public inquiry or not?
So I'll just briefly say before I hand over to officials that the purpose of all the work, whether it's been done by Police Scotland, whether it's the independent review by the various inspection bodies, whether it's the work of the National Strategic Group, is so that we have a better understanding of the harms that are current and present to our children right here right now and how that threat is evolving. And that will, of course, and those inquiries may, of course, lead to further work and the establishment of a public inquiry, because we've got an open mind and every consideration will always be given to that. But in terms of the detail, I don't know if Iona or Andrew want to start around the review.
Okay, I mean, I can say a few things. So, I don't want to get too far ahead of the Cabinet Secretary of Education statement this afternoon. You'd understand. I think a couple of key points to note, though, on timescales and resources. So the first is clearly we've asked for the 4 inspectorates here to work together, so they are independent of government, and it's for them to set out how they want to then achieve the work that is going to be undertaken. I would expect that to be a bit of a balance between repurposing existing resources, looking at their existing work programme, and what additional capacity they might need. So the cost of the work will obviously depend on some of the balance of those judgments about the operational capacity of the 4 bodies. I think it's also important to say that our expectation is that the inspectorates would not leave everything to the end of the process. This would be more of a phased approach where you might get updates at key stages, key milestones and so on. And if you think about how this might work, you would have a process of gathering data and evidence, you'd have a process of engaging with local authorities, other partners, you'd have to scrutinise and analyse the material you've got, and then you'd come up with recommendations or whatever. So I think there's opportunity to have some key milestones along the way, rather than having a single date in the future where everything will be kind of completed and a decision could be taken about particular questions, including whether there should be a public inquiry. I guess another observation would be that, you know, the government, Parliament can think about the inquiry at any time. The conclusion of the inspectorate's work and the work programme of the national group is not the only determining factor, of course, around that type of decision. So I think my expectation is that this programme of work will produce along the way quite a lot of useful information to help guide policy making more generally, and also, I guess, the continuing debate around an inquiry.
Okay. I mean, the inquiry in England, as I understand it, has somewhat unusually been given a time limit and a budget, i.e. 3 years and £65 million. That's not a model that's been used, I think, either in the UK or in Scotland in the past. Are you open to that kind of idea, that there should be a time limit on a public inquiry, if there was to be one, and a budget limit?
So that would be for ministers. It wouldn't be me that would be, individually making a decision on whether there was a public inquiry on this matter in and around grooming gangs. There's obviously a cross-government nature of that. But it is, in terms of the legislation right now, in terms of the Public Inquiries Act, there is an obligation on the chair to be mindful, I can't remember the exact wording, but to be mindful of cost. So there are some obligations put in them.
I think the wording is they have to avoid unnecessary costs, but that can mean anything.
Yes, well, you've obviously done an inquiry into inquiries, Mr Mason. But I go back to the point about terms of reference. So the terms of reference are important in terms of focus, specificity. You always want terms of reference to have enough flexibility, because the chair is independent. You want them to be able to follow the evidence. So I think there are some constraints with the current legislation. And I'm sure colleagues as a whole are looking at FPAC's work with interest.
I mean, we'll return to this, but you did earlier on mention judge-led inquiries. Now, I think in Scotland, every inquiry to date has been led by a judge, but that is not the case in England and other countries. Sometimes you can get a specialist in a particular area can lead the inquiry. Have you thoughts on that? Because I mean, every time we take a judge out of the legal system, the court cases all pile up.
So you almost took the words out of my mouth, Mr Mason. In terms of High Court judges, we don't have many in Scotland. Other legal jurisdictions are very, very different in that they are flatter, so that some European jurisdictions have many more judges per head. We don't have many judges in Scotland, so it is a pressure if too many judges are removed from their day-to-day work.
Thank you. Paul O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning to the Cabinet Secretary. I wonder if I can just return to some of the points that were raised previously, not least by Willie Rennie, around the sequencing of events and how we've got ourselves to this place, and your own hindsight now, I think it's fair to say. I think it's just important to reflect that Alexis Jay had to ask twice for clarification. Is that something that, reflecting on that, the Cabinet Secretary regrets that had to happen twice to get to a point where there was clarity?
I do. As far as I was concerned, the Professor had asked for clarity, and that should have been resolved at the earliest opportunity. Although my understanding remains that Professor G agreed to the course of the remedy, and that it would be minuted, that her clarification would be minuted in a record that is publicly available. Those minutes were published on the 18th of November, and then of course there was an urgent question on the 19th. So, you know, the information was made very publicly. But as I've already said, I think all of the information and all of the correspondence should have been made available at an earlier stage.
And given the amount of time and the considerable amount of work that has had to go in this process of trying to get to the point of clarity, as I say, or further clarity, do you think it's been a good use of time, for example, for the Chief Social Work Advisor to spend having to be the conduit between yourself and Professor Jay at points?
That's not a position that I would have wished for.
Okay, that's helpful. I wonder if I can turn then to some of the points that I put to Professor Jay about where we are now in terms of moving forward, because I think everybody would want to see work being done at pace, and we've heard some of that in exchanges this morning. But I wonder if you would recognise that we do now have a number of pieces of work that are overlapping. So we've got the ongoing child abuse public inquiry, ongoing now for 10 years, and I recognise your comments on that. We've got a national review comprising of 4 government agencies, the Inspectorate of Constabulary, the Care Inspectorate, the Education Inspectorate and Healthcare Improvement Scotland. There was a lack of clarity reported on Monday from those agencies that how they were going to be involved and what the terms of reference would be. That review will then be reviewed, I understand, by Professor Jay. We've got a call for a further kind of overarching review, which isn't what that group is. Also, in terms of government involvement in all of this, we've had questions being answered in the Chamber by the Minister for Children and Young People and keeping the promise. We've had answers from yourself. We've had now the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Young People, not least this afternoon. Would you recognise why victims feel confused at best about who is responsible for getting to the heart of many of these issues? And do you recognise what Professor Jay said, I think, about that confusion?
I think I've always said, Mr. Keep, I'm confident that I've always said and tried to convey that actually at the end of the day we're all responsible, that we all have a shared responsibility, each and every minister. It is, in my view, clear where responsibility lies for particular aspects. Now, I appreciate that you know, for MSPs and opposition spokespersons, it's on the government website. It'll be part of their role to understand what specific responsibilities lie with specific ministers. But I do accept, in terms of members of the public, in particular, victims and survivors, that ultimately at the end of the day they just want us all to get on with it and make things better and deliver justice and to take the action that's necessary to prevent harms in future, and that a lot of what's our business, legitimately scrutinising who does what, will be inconsequential in terms of people at the sharp end of these very real life issues. In terms of questions, I mean, I have answered urgent questions when they've been tabled with a very specific justice focus. Obviously, all ministers, members ask, supplementary questions, portfolio questions that may or may not cross over into other people's portfolios. That's fine. We all do our best to answer questions in that regard. It is important to stress the independent nature of the National Review. I have a high regard for His Majesty Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland. Been in this post now for 2.5 years, and I know that the rigour of the inspections that take place. But in terms of the landscape and how that will work between the National Strategic Group and the National Review and Alexis J, I'll defer to officials.
Thanks. So to be clear, on this and the development of the proposal around the National Review, the inspectorates have been involved, and they have been the ones who have been developing this proposal. So I'm not sure.
Well, with respect, Ms Colvin, I'm not sure why the press statements on
No,
Monday.
neither am I.
But so you're not clear why they said that?
No, but all I'm saying is they've been involved all along. And the original discussion came from a discussion between myself and Professor Jay in relation to how you triangulate evidence and data. So we've got a police investigation running, and and obviously she's the expert, she's done this several times over. How do you triangulate evidence? And I think and she has also been involved in the development of the proposal as an expert advisor. But the inspectorates are independent and they report to Parliament, and they guard their independence fiercely because they have to. But they will, in this, as my colleague Andrew said, they have committed to providing ongoing reports around the process so that basically we can look at making a decision around whether or not an inquiry is needed. And at any point, ministers could decide an inquiry is needed. In terms of, so the expert and Professor Jay will chair the expert that will chair the Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Group, and she'll have a view over everything that's going on.
So I think there's clearly confusion here, and I think that exchange, and I'm sure the committee will want to return to those agencies to understand exactly their view of the comments they made on Monday. But I can just return to the Cabinet Secretary's answer. I think the part of the problem here is if it's everyone's responsibility, it sometimes can become nobody's responsibility to some extent, and I think that's what victims are expressing. And I wonder if she has a reflection on whether an independent review chaired by someone like Alexis J would be the appropriate way to show that there is someone who is leading, because Alexis J in her comments to me this morning said that she is not leading the review group. What is the view on whether we need an independent review with a clear independent leadership?
Well, that will be something that I can take back to colleagues to reflect on, Mr Keane. I'm not going to develop policy or interventions with the greatest respect here on the hoof, without engaging with the colleagues who, in particular with colleagues who, lead on much of this work. I mean, I think I would accept that there is always a risk that, shared responsibility can mean diluted. But I do not believe that that's the case. Either in terms of justice or in education. We do work very closely together. We have very distinct roles in all of this, and I'm very clear about those roles, as is Ms Gilruth and other colleagues, but we work together on this.
I wonder if I can just finally, Convener, George Adam and Jackie Nabarro on this committee, and I think the First Minister and others have made reference to your career in social work. You referenced it yourself this morning in terms of that 30-year period. Obviously, there are standards and values and principles within that you will recognise, being accountable, taking responsibility. I must uphold public trust and confidence. You will have carried those values into the role you currently hold. Do you feel that in this episode you have upheld those values and principles?
I do, Mr Kane. Have I been flawless? Have I had cause to reflect with the benefit of hindsight? Yes. But over the course of the decade I had as a social worker and my time as a parliamentarian, I've never shied from discussing or confronting some of the most difficult topics and issues in our society.
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Alice Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary. Good morning to your officials as well. In terms of the issue around private calls, can I ask on how many occasions do you request or undertake private calls on government business without a government official present usually?
It's not something I've been in the practice of doing, but the...
So is this a one-off?
Yes.
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 In this situation. And I wrote down earlier the reason that you haven't corrected the Parliament's official report is that you couldn't think of an appropriate wording for that clarification. Now, I've got a lot of respect for you, Cabinet Secretary. We represent the same region. I just don't think that's credible that we haven't seen the report corrected, and find this whole saga unbelievable that this is still not the case. Would you agree with that? And with all your officials, with advisors, party advisors, why have we got to this point that that hasn't been corrected, that this hasn't been cleared up?
Well, as I said earlier, Mr Briggs, and I am, I'm respectful of your position, although I do just point out that I'm not a regional MSP. I'm the MSP for Amman Valley. I'm a constituency MSP. I genuinely looked at the Professor's letter that said that the quote was accurate and that she wanted clarification. And quite clearly, I wanted the matter addressed, not to my satisfaction. I wanted it addressed to her satisfaction. Officials, went away and liaised and discussed with the Professor on the course of action that she wanted to take, and I was content with that, and under no circumstances was that a process that I was going to interfere with. And I would say that the minutes of this important group are very public. They are clearly scrutinised and read as they should be.
Yeah, and the Professor Jay said this morning she wanted the Cabinet Secretary to ensure an accessible clarification of her views. For parliamentarians, that would be our official report, and the Cabinet Secretary would know that throughout her time in Parliament. So I just don't understand why that hasn't actually happened, and I think it should have. There's former First Minister Alex Salmond referred himself to the Scottish Government's independent advisory body on ministerial code. On the ministerial code, is that something the Cabinet Secretary's considered doing herself, and not for the First Minister to have to do that?
No, I have not considered that. As a politician, I would hope we would all have the humility to recognise that your fate doesn't always rest in your hands, that it at times can rest in others. And that is, my philosophy and approach.
Okay. And just finally, one of my greatest concerns has been victims and families who have been emailing us throughout this situation. And I read Taylor's mum's letter last night and again this morning, and for them to be saying that they feel there's a cover-up, that there's a closing of ranks. Now, we've seen the UK government drag its feet on an inquiry. It has now announced one. It feels like the Scottish Government has been in the same space of not actually stepping up and doing this public inquiry. What do you personally think this situation has done, your handling of this situation, to provide victims with that reassurance and confidence that the government actually is going to get to the bottom of this? And given the concerns which are being raised over the destruction, the loss of vital evidence the longer this goes on, the longer the government don't actually put in place a grooming inquiry, that can only get worse. Evidence can only be being destroyed. We've heard, I think, quite telling evidence this morning from Professor Jay over literally burning of evidence taking place.
Well, we can't have any destroying of evidence. Let me just say that if there's any evidence of that occurring now in relation to the matters that we are debating now and wrestling with now, that would be utterly unacceptable. I'm quite sure there would be, criminality as well as professional misconduct associated with that. I recall from previous work, and I will ask officials to come in also, that there is instructions that can be given prior to inquiry to make crystal clear that there should be no destruction of any evidence.
And has that gone to all public bodies, do you know, ahead of any decision over an inquiry?
What, in terms of right now, Mr.
Yes.
Briggs? I don't know that, but I don't know if officials do.
Yes, so two things there. So I think the Cabinet Secretary is referring there partly to the instructions that the Child Abuse Inquiry would have put out when it was established to public authorities around future access to information. In relation to the work of the inspectorates, yes, we are very likely to put out something in that regard as well. Yeah.
And the Cabinet Secretary didn't answer my question relating to what do you think this whole situation has actually done to the confidence for victims to get answers and their families? Because in many cases, emails we've received being people who have their loved ones have committed suicide, and we're talking about their families now trying to get justice for them.
Well, I have read the correspondence that Mr Briggs refers to. I am not deaf, blind or insensitive to that. As I said earlier, it is for every victim and survivor to speak to their own experience. I probably don't want to comment too much about what particular victims express, because I would not want anything that I said to in any shape or form undermine their right to express their experiences and their trauma in the way that they see fit. I, as I said earlier, have contact with many victims and survivors, many who will express to me the support for the work that the government is doing, whether it's work that I've individually led or elsewhere in government. And I just want to put on record that many victims and survivors make changes because they have the courage to come forward. But I'm also conscious that they do so because they want to prevent the same thing happening to other people. And I'm also, and this is where something that I reflect on carefully, and I am particularly careful with as a minister, is that we shouldn't have to rely on victims and witnesses coming forward to provide their testimony to make changes, because it feels to me that there is often a double burden put on them. There is the burden of their trauma and what they've experienced, and then there's the burden of them feeling that they must come forward to make changes. And that's what I want to work on to address, that the system and every part of the system is self-improving, and that we don't have to rely on victims and witnesses being re-traumatised by having to feeling that they have to share their experiences.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Convener.
Paul O'Kane wishes to make a clarification.
I'm very grateful. Perhaps due to the early start, it was remiss of me not to declare that my husband is a practising social worker. Thank you.
Thank you. Just finally, Cabinet Secretary, to conclude this session, a couple of points. You said, I think in your opening statement or in answer to an early question, that you, in hindsight, you reflected on Liam Kerr's urgent question on the 19th of November and should have provided the correspondence he was looking for then. Why then did it take 3 more weeks for it to come out through FOI? Because there were other opportunities, such as an urgent question from Megan Gallagher, and indeed I had an urgent question on the same day the government released that information. So if you reflected that you should have done it when it was called for on the 19th of November, why didn't you?
I suppose because, as with any reflection, Mr Ross, it's not necessarily a point in time. It's you know, it's a process. It's an evolution of particular thoughts and feelings.
So was the reflection after the information was in the public domain? Because I kind of took from what you were saying, maybe you were away in government business, you heard what Liam Kerr was asking for, and you thought, maybe I should just give this information. But you never did, and the information was actually only released on the 10th of December.
I think what I'm saying on reflection, on hindsight, when I consider this matter in its entirety, and where I can't remember which member it was, and I may be paraphrasing, was intimating what should I have done differently, and I think that's at one point, because clearly, if I hadn't been away from Parliament on government business, I would have answered that question.
Really? Because we were told it was Natalie Dawn Innes because it's in the education portfolio. So if you didn't do the one on the 19th of November, do you think you should have answered Megan Gallagher's question on the 26th of November?
No.
Okay.
Because, no.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking.
No. Yeah. So, I mean, without kind of getting into the weeds of all this, so I've answered an urgent question from Ash Regan because it was very specifically hooked into justice, in that her question was essentially around the identification and disruption of networks that abuse people. And it was on the back of a high-profile case that had been sentenced. If I had been available, I suppose what I'm saying is, if I'd been available, I would have answered Mr Kerr's question.
Because it was about the correspondence.
Because it's about me.
Yes.
Because it was about me, and
so
I would have owned that. If I'd been available, I would have owned that. In terms of the subsequent questions, in terms of how they're drafted, I accept that people go on to ask supplementaries. In terms of how they were drafted, they clearly sat elsewhere.
Okay, but if you're saying you would have answered Liam Kerr's because it was about your correspondence with Alexis Jay and you're involved, why then were you not the Minister to answer my urgent question, which was seeking the release of the correspondence between the Scottish Government and Alexis Jay? If your rationale is you should have, if you were not in government business, answered Liam Kerr, why not answer the one last week?
Well, my recollection, and I will check the record, was that your urgent question followed an exchange with Miss Dawn, where a commitment had been given to you to correspond. But again, I mean, I, would, can reflect and have reflected on all these matters. I suppose the point I want to relay, Mr Ross, is I'm not one to shy away from talking about difficult or uncomfortable issues.
Okay. Just on difficult and uncomfortable, I found it a bit difficult and uncomfortable to listen to your rationale for not correcting the official record. And I'm still puzzled to understand how you, as an experienced parliamentarian, and indeed a large number of civil servants, independent civil servants and party advisors, special advisors, didn't think of reaching for the official report mechanism. And can I just say, it's not difficult. So 5 clicks from the Scottish Parliament's homepage, this section is available not just to MSPs, not just to your advisors, but to the entire public. And it says, if a member realises after an item of business has ended that a significant error has been made, for example, one which may affect the conclusions which listeners would draw from the debate, the member may ask to make a statement during the next available plenary session. I would have thought anyone receiving Alexis Jay's original correspondence from you to you on the 26th of September would have thought point 5 on the guidance for the correction of parliamentary proceedings, answers her request perfectly. And as I say, it's not hidden away. It's 5 clicks away from the Scottish Parliament's homepage to find out the mechanism you need to correct the official record. Why didn't you?
So, as I've said before, Mr Ross, when I read that letter, and I can only answer for myself, was that the letter said the quote was correct, that the professor wanted clarification, and I think I've been very clear. Again, when I looked at the official record and with my opening remarks, I was very clear about what I did not say. So I therefore didn't seek to amend the record.
Do you accept this wording? For example, one which may affect the conclusions which listeners would draw from the debate does chime with what Professor Alexis Jay was asking you to correct.
So I accept that different people will have a different interpretation.
No, but in terms of Professor Jay saying to you she'd like her remarks clarified, the Scottish Parliament's webpage says you can do it, for example, if what has been said affects the conclusions which listeners may draw from the debate. Professor Jay was worried about the conclusions listeners would draw from the debate, and therefore there was a perfect opportunity to correct the official record.
And my position, and I did say to you I would at the start of the meeting that I would reflect on if and how we could do that. But my position, well, I've stated my position a number of times, Mr Ross.
Was it a mistake not to offer a correction to the official report to Professor Jay?
My only concern in this was that matters were clarified to the satisfaction of the professor. That was my only concern.
So given she's now asking for the official report, if possible.
We will look at that.
Today?
I will look at that as quickly as possible.
And just finally, you said you're not in the practice of making personal calls for private calls for government business. Did you say you think this is the only time you've ever done it?
I think so. I mean, I'm having to stretch back over a number of years.
It's a long ministerial career.
It's the only one I recall.
Okay. So, given that incident and what I would deem to be a breach of the ministerial code and this whole episode, would you have any concerns if the First Minister asked his independent adviser to look at this, or if the independent adviser on the ministerial code themselves decided to look into this? Would you have any concerns with that?
As I said earlier to, I think, Mr Briggs, there will be other people who will make decisions, whether it's the First Minister or independent advisers, and I wouldn't want to say anything or do anything that would seek to influence that one way or the other.
But would you welcome the clarity any investigation would bring? And would you have any concerns?
Well, no.
No. Okay. Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary and your officials. I appreciate your time today, and I will suspend this meeting until 11:30. Welcome back. And our next item is an evidence session on the various portfolios of the Cabinet Secretary and the Ministers and their officials. The committee will take evidence from Jenny Goruth, Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills, Natalie Dawn-Innes, Minister for Children, Young People and the Promise, Ben McPherson, Minister for Higher and Further Education, Claire Hicks, Director of Education Reform, Adam Reid, Deputy Director for Skills, Alison Taylor, Interim Director for Learning, and Andrew Watson, Director for Children and Families, all at the Scottish Government. Can I welcome all the Ministers and officials and invite the Cabinet Secretary to make an opening statement. Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning, Convener and committee members. 2025 is proving to be a landmark year in Scottish education. In our schools, our children in primary and secondary are achieving record levels in literacy and numeracy. Crucially, the poverty-related gap in attainment in literacy and numeracy between children from the most and the least deprived communities is at a record low level. Attendance of children and young people has increased, with the attendance rate in 24-25 reaching 91%. Thanks to our additional investment in this year's budget, we have seen an increase in the number of teachers in Scotland's classrooms, an improvement on the pupil-teacher ratio, and average class sizes in primary schools reduced. The evidence demonstrates that our focus on the ABCs, attendance, attainment, behaviour and curriculum, is working. It also demonstrates the commitment to equity in our schools, thanks to the transformational impact of the Scottish Attainment Challenge over the past decade. Substantial progress continues to be made on widening access to higher education. The latest UCAS data for 2025 shows continuing positive trends, such as the number of 18-year-olds accepted from the most deprived areas having increased to 2,200 since the 2024 cycle. This is a record high, with young people choosing to study in Scotland, supported by Scotland's continued commitment to free tuition. There is also a positive picture in relation to entrants to further and higher education who are care experienced or have a disability. Of course, how we support children in their earliest years and ensure no child is left behind is key to enabling more children and young people to succeed at school and beyond. The number of children in care is now at the lowest level since 2006. Every 3 and 4-year-old and over 230,000 primary children in primaries 1 to 5 are entitled to a free school meal, and we've expanded entitlement in primary 6 and 7 and into S1 and S3. This year, we have awarded £3 million to 490 breakfast clubs, helping to establish 142 new clubs, creating almost 9,000 places and supporting up to 20,000 children. However, I fully acknowledge that there is always more work that can be done and that challenges remain. The proportion of eligible 2-year-olds who are registered for early learning and childcare has fallen nationally, and that is disappointing. Our investment in an improvement service project in 5 local authority areas seeks to address barriers and also apply what works across Scotland. Attendance is improving, but there are still too many children persistently absent from school. That is why Education Scotland is continuing to run its Improving Attendance Quality Improvement programme, and I have tasked the Interim Chief Inspector with ensuring that persistent absence is addressed in every school inspection. New data shows that 43% of our children and young people have additional support needs. Addressing this is a priority, and I set out more of this in my statement to Parliament last week. I also recognise the financial challenges facing colleges and universities, and my officials continue to work closely with the sector to support them where we can. I anticipate this will be a challenging budget process for the Scottish Government as a whole. In that context, this strong delivery on our work to give children the best start in life, supported by this year's £4.3 billion investment in education and skills, which is £123 million of an uplift on the previous year, should be celebrated, but it also should be protected. My ministers and I welcome the opportunity to discuss these achievements and challenges with you this morning. Convener.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. You understand we're going to try going through themes so we don't jump about too many different topics. And the first one we're going to look at is to continue from our 2 previous evidence sessions and look at the National Review of Group-Based Child Sexual Abuse. I know you've got a statement in the Chamber this afternoon. Were you able to catch any of the evidence from Professor Alexis Jay?
Yes, I caught some of the evidence this morning from Professor Alexis Jay when I was sitting in my office, so I think that was quite helpful.
Yeah, and it certainly was helpful for the committee. I think Professor Jay was saying what has now been set up and is proposed is workable, but she's keen to maybe take a few months and see if it's the optimal way forward. Do you think this is the optimal way forward to get answers for victims?
So I heard, I think it was your question actually, Convener, on that point, and I heard Professor Alexis Jay say that she's supportive of the approach that we've put out in principle, and of course I think it's important that Committee and Parliament recognises she will have a role in relation to supporting the methodology and providing expertise to the National Review, and that is hugely important to my mind. She also said that we will know within the course of the next few months the impacts of that work. So I want to be careful here, Convener, because I will be giving a statement to Parliament later today on these issues, but I'm very pleased that we have our expertise involved in this work. I should also say, and I think she touched on some of this work as well, although I didn't listen to her full evidence session, the inspectorates are all independent of government. They have statutory responsibilities. They also have statutory powers that ministers don't have to investigate. That's important, and therefore the evidence base that they will be key in delivering will provide us with further information in relation to the scale and the challenge in relation to child sexual abuse across the country. I also heard from Professor Alexis Jay's evidence that at the current time we do not have a sufficient evidence base. And she said as well, I think, that is not unique to Scotland. However, it's imperative that evidence base is built upon. That is the work that government is taking forward. I look forward to saying a bit more on this afternoon, but also for committee members' reassurance, and I think you also acknowledge this, Convener, I have organised for Professor Alexis Jay and Police Scotland to give a private briefing to MSPs, which I think is hugely important, in January.
Yeah, no, that is certainly welcome by me and I'm sure other committee members. One of the issues that has been coming across is, now I accept you're leading on this as the government minister, but outside government, outside of elected representatives, who's going to be the main person that people can look to get them the answers? Because there still seems to be a bit of confusion as to who's actually leading this. So if a victim's sitting at home today wondering who's going to be the individual that's going to secure the answers to the questions they've been harbouring for many years and the worries they've got that they've not received these answers despite trying. Who can they look to as an individual to get them the answers?
So I think, first of all, in relation to victims, again, I'll say more about this later on in my statement to Parliament. We all need to be mindful when we're talking about these subjects, that when we talk about these subjects in the Chamber or in committee or in the media, it is traumatising to victims, and so we need to be mindful of our language. And I suppose I just put that on the record again today. I'm sure, like me, members have been inundated with emails from the public, perhaps victims, in relation to their experiences. So I'm very mindful of treating this with the appropriate sensitivity that it deserves. In terms of who will be leading the work, of course, as I announced to Parliament 2 weeks ago today, the 4 inspectorates have a role to play here. So they will carry out their work in that regard, and I will say more on this in my statement to Parliament. Alexis Jay is chairing the National Strategic Group. I think that's hugely important in that regard. But what Alexis Jay said to committee this morning and what she said to me when I met with her recently is we don't yet have the evidence base to arrive at a decision as to whether or not further inquiries are needed. At that point, Convener, the government will need to take a decision, of course, and it may be that there is a figurehead appointed. I think you actually asked Alexis Jay if that would be something that she would lead on. So I don't want to prejudge the outcome of the evidence gathering which is necessary to establish whether or not further inquiries are necessary. And in terms of victims themselves, I thought it was quite helpful that last Monday the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry came forward to make very clear that should it be within the terms of reference of their inquiry, people who have been victims of grooming can come forward and should contact the inquiry in relation to historical cases, of course, that inquiry is looking at additionally. I want to say a bit more on victims' engagement. I will set some of that out in my statement. I heard some of the commentary Alexis Jay provided for in relation to the, I think it's called the Truth Commission work that was led down south. And I spoke last week along with the Children's Minister, with Tam Bailey, on some of this work and listened to some of that expertise. We would want to be able to set out a bit more fuller of an update to Parliament in that space. I will say more on it today, but I'm very mindful of the important points you make, Convener, about victims who will be watching very closely, who have been let down by systems. And it is hugely important that what we put in place has their faith, their trust, and that we can deliver on their expectations in that regard. So I will always be resolutely focused on that as Cabinet Secretary. And of course, I would encourage committee members, if they have contact from victims, to please, if they're able to share information. We as ministers have made this very clear in our engagement with the strategic group that we want to engage directly. And of course, this is a priority for the government, not just for myself as Cabinet Secretary.
I suppose I'm not trying to jump ahead, see if we have an actual inquiry, and Mr Mason was asking about judge-led inquiries and such like. It's more in this interim period that you're right to say all these other bodies, independent of government, are going to feed in, and Alexis Jay is going to chair part of it. But are you then the person, and there's no one outside of the government as an independent person, because you think that would need to be, if there is ultimately an inquiry?
So
there's no one leading the work at the moment other than you as the Cabinet Secretary, is that correct?
I'm not necessarily sure I would say that was correct. Alexis Jay, as I understand it, and Ms Dawn Innes and I actually had a helpful meeting this morning with officials on this point. Alexis Jay met last week with the Chief Inspector of the Constabulary, I'm looking at Andrew Watson, yes, and the Care Inspectorate as well. So that work is underway. Those inspectorates, of course, have their own independent leadership teams that lead on their work. So there's leadership being provided by the inspectorate teams, and Alexis Jay chairs the National Strategic Group. In terms of my responsibility, I have responsibility for child protection, but I think you've just been hearing from the Cabinet Secretary for Justice, who has responsibility for justice. This is a cross-government endeavour, Convener. This isn't just about one area of government. We all have responsibilities in that regard. There have been Cabinet discussions on this topic to reassure the committee. So it is, and of course the First Minister is taking a leading role in that regard. So it is of the utmost importance to the government at the current time. I hear your point in relation to leadership. I'll set out the statement to Parliament today. I hope I'm able to provide further clarity in that regard. And I think your points about victims are well made.
Okay. Do you have a government view or a personal view on mandatory reporting?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to share it with the committee?
Yes, my view is that we should be supportive of mandatory reporting. That is the view of my Minister, and I believe it is also the view of the Justice Secretary. We have met and discussed these issues previously. I will say more on this topic later today, but to confirm for the committee, as I thought you might ask this, yes, I am very supportive of mandatory reporting. I think it's hugely important, and it also speaks to one of the issues that Alexis Jay flushed out in relation to reporting, the lack of data, under-reporting. And of course, the issue with child sexual abuse is that it is often hidden, and there are power dynamics at play. So gathering data in this space is challenging, but mandatory reporting, to my mind, and that's a view that's shared with Ms Donennis and with Ms Constance, important in relation to gathering a more robust data set, and that is what we do not have at the current time, and that is exactly why the work of the review is so important.
So why don't we have it? You sound very impassioned about this. You've been in post for some time. Your party have been in government for many years. Why don't we have mandatory reporting?
Well, I think you made this point to Alexis Jay, and she spoke about some of the challenges here. I think she also alluded to potential legislative change. I don't want to get ahead of this work. She also set out that there is a subgroup of the National Strategic Group, but it's specifically tasked with looking at this issue in more detail. So I would like to come back to Parliament and provide more detail in relation to mandatory reporting, but I do want to put on the record Minister's support for it at the current time. Is it something you accept, though, that could have been introduced before now? I think there are challenges in that space, but I think probably historically, if we consider the position of lots of different organisations in this, and, you know, I'm in front of you today as Education Secretary, but I'm mindful that this isn't just about, for example, teachers reporting potential examples of this happening in schools. This takes in social work. Police would have a role to play, so we need to be mindful of the different parts of government this would affect. And Andrew Watson actually may want to say more in relation to some of the background on mandatory reporting, but I do want to put on record today ministerial support in principle for mandatory reporting. I think that is important, but I don't know, Andrew, if you want to add anything further.
I mean, just, I guess, to add to the points you've made, Cabinet Secretary, there's a few things to consider in terms of the implementation of mandatory reporting, which are clearly important. I think Professor Jay alluded to that in her evidence as well. She referenced the need to engage with trade unions as a particular example of that engagement. I think in looking at the options to mandatory reporting, you need to consider the scope, who's covered by any changes in legislative requirements, and also what existing duties already are in place for different professions. And of course, there are many existing duties of care and duties of reporting. So I think there's an issue around, as the Cabinet Secretary says, the legislative change, but also the need to engage with practitioners, the wide range of people with an opinion on this, and then think about the implementation as well. So it's not a straightforward, simple, change to give effect to. Quite a long process.
Okay. And just final question from me on this subject. We're obviously asking Professor Jay and the Justice Secretary about the correspondence seeking a clarification in terms of what was said in the Chamber. On the Sunday show, you were asked about this, and this is a quote from you. There was an ask for clarification to be sought in relation to the strategic group minutes. Was that a correct statement you gave on television? In relation to the strategic group minutes? Yes. So in terms of why the official report hadn't been updated, your response to Gary Robertson on the Sunday show was there was an ask for clarification to be sought in relation to the strategic group minutes. Now, Professor Jay was very clear that this was a suggestion made by government. I heard that. Rather than, that was the way you put it across, the way I listened to it on Sunday was you were saying the ask came from potentially Professor Jay or someone else. Do you accept that there was not an ask for the clarification to be sought in relation to the strategic group minutes? That was a Scottish Government response to Professor Jay's letter?
So at that point, I was not privy to the internal dialogue between the Chief Social Worker and Alexis Jay on that. And I think the point I was making was that a clarification...
This was just Sunday?
Yes, I'm aware of that, but I wasn't aware of the internal dialogue between the Chief Social Worker and Alexis Jay. And I heard that, of course, in the evidence session this morning in that regard. But as I understand it, there wasn't a debate from Alexis Jay in relation to the approach she sought, which was to amend the minutes, as I understand it. I didn't catch the entirety of the evidence session, I should say, Convener.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to write to the committee with more detail on that, if that would be helpful on that point. But as I understood it at the time, it was about clarifying in the minutes. That was Professor Alexis Jay's preferred route, of course, in terms of the engagement she had with the Chief Social Worker on that matter.
Preferred route because she was only given two routes. One was a response from the Cabinet Secretary, and this was the more public one. But were you briefed to say on the Sunday show that there was an ask for clarification to be sought in relation to the strategic group minutes? Because you actually say it twice. I can give you both quotes. It was a very particular quote, and it stuck with me. Were you told that was the line to take? We've all been given lines to take. Was that what you were told to put across? I
understood that to be the case at the time, Convener, but again, I'm happy to check my briefing for the Sunday show and to write to the committee with more detail in that regard. That was my understanding, and I also think that's the position that the First Minister set out broadly to Parliament last week in his engagement with Russell Finlay on exactly this topic.
So just to be clear, as recently as Sunday, just 3 days ago, the government position that they were asking ministers to articulate to the media and to the public was that this was a clarification sought rather than one offered by them.
I will check my briefing, Convener, on this exact point and the exact wording, because I want to be accurate on this given what we were talking about. I think that is important, and I'm happy to write to the committee in more detail in that regard.
Thank you. Ross Greer.
Cabinet Secretary, I recognise, if I recall correctly, you have a recusal in relation to the promise.
I do.
So this may be for you, it might be for the Children's Minister. What I'm keen to understand is how the new processes and the ongoing processes in relation to grooming gangs, data collection, the kind of wider efforts around institutional and organised child sexual abuse will overlap with other existing commitments that the government has made. And one in particular that I'm seeking clarity on, because as far as the promise are aware, it hasn't happened. It was in the Keeping the Promise implementation plan in early 2022, the government committed to review the legislative framework underpinning the care system. Now, given the significant overlap here, how sadly disproportionately it's children who are care experienced who are victims and survivors of grooming gangs, would the government be able to offer an update on that review of the legislation underpinning this? Because very often at the core of this, the issue is that the system has failed these children because the system is fragmented. My understanding of the commitment to undertake this legislative review was to deal with that fragmentation and consolidate the legislation so the system was more coherent and cohesive.
On this in relation to the promise, as you have pointed out, Mr. Greer, I am recused from the promise.
So that's something that, not specifically in relation to this topic, but in terms of that more general legislative review, that is something that I've been discussing. It's came up in my discussions with the Promise and other stakeholders in relation to my engagement around the children care, the Promise Bill, I'll say for short. There has been work underway with the Promise Scotland in relation to reviewing the legislative landscape. That there was a decision made not to take that forward in the Promise Bill. And again, I'm speaking in a general sense, not in relation to specific legislation that Mr Greer's referring to in relation to child protection. Because of the kind of scale of that task, it was agreed that that was perhaps not the best approach to go forward in relation to the bill specifically. However, that does not detract from the fact that there is still work underway in other areas of government. So we are still, I still very much want to take this forward. I know this was a recommendation that came from the Promise. Obviously, it would be very beneficial in relation to child protection, but also I think in relation to other areas as well. However, given the timings around the bill and the complexity of that decluttering of the landscape, as I say, it was decided not to take that forward with this specific bill. However, I, as I say, have been engaging with the Promise on this, and that is still very much something that we plan to do going forward, because I know that that's really key in terms of our delivery on the Promise.
I appreciate that, and I recognise the capacity constraints of having quite a large, complex and important bill, and also this commitment on top of that. So I understand that the sequencing point. would you be able to confirm then that, all being well, this bill will pass before the end of this Parliament, that the intention would be potentially, as soon as this bill has passed, to take the first steps to begin that review of the legislation underpinning the system? It would be good to just get a handle on the timescale here, because I've certainly picked up a lot of concern from those in and around the child protection space as well as the wider care system, that it feels like this is kind of dropped off and nobody's really sure where it's going.
Okay, so I believe that it's not a case of, once, Mr Greer has been very positive in relation to the bill passing. So I don't think this is something that's been thought about exclusively or, detached from the bill itself. This is something that is still going on aside to the bill. As I said, I've been discussing this with the Promise, who undertook some work around the legislative landscape. What I now need to consider is whether I believe that that work is a good basis in terms of furthering that agenda, or whether government will have to, conduct its own review or perhaps to enhance the work that the Promise have already undertaken. So really just to assure Mr Greer that the thinking around this is underway. This is not something that has dropped off the agenda. It's just in relation to delivery of the Promise bill, you'll be aware I've undertaken a lot of engagement with children and young people. There's been a lot of focus on specific areas, and I feel that the areas that we are delivering in the bill are those which will make the most difference to children and young people right here and right now, essentially. However, with that longer term view of, tidying up that legislative landscape, please be assured that that's not something that's fallen off the radar and is in is in conversations just now that I'm having.
So can I just finally on that, can I just press in for clarity? Will you be making a decision about how to take that forward before the end of this Parliament, before dissolution?
I would be happy to write to committee with that on that exact point, because at this moment I don't have that advice, so I'll need to consider that, and I will absolutely write to committee to confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you very much, good morning, Cabinet Secretary and Ministers. Can I ask what the Scottish Government is doing to ensure that not only adequate but also trauma-informed support is available for survivors of child sexual exploitation and abuse?
So there are a range of different things that we are undertaking that Ms Donnis may want to say more about in relation to the Bairnshoes work, which she leads on as Minister, but we are providing funding, for example, to the NSPC and also to Barnardo Scotland. I want to say a bit more on this in my statement later to Parliament, Ms Dunbar, so I need to be careful in that regard, but it's important that we do look at third sector organisations in this space in terms of trauma-informed approaches, which we know work. And that's why, of course, we supported the Bairnshoes programme, which takes funding from my portfolio, from Justice and from Health. And I think that funding approach to the Bairnshoes approach in terms of supporting victims and survivors is reflective of the strategic approach we take in relation to these issues across government. So cross-funding for an area of government that actually requires us all to have an involvement in terms of providing that support and supporting survivors. And I'm very mindful of that in relation to how we think about the support that may be available for survivors and victims in relation to the National Review. You heard from Alexis Jay this morning in relation to the work that's been undertaken in England in terms of the Truth Commission. And as I say, I discussed this matter with Ms Donnis and with Tam Bailey last week. So there are a number of areas that ministers are considering at the current time in that space in terms of trauma-informed responses. And again, I'll say more on this to Parliament later on. But Ms Donnis may want to say more about her involvement in the Bairnshoes, which I think probably encapsulates a lot of this work in relation to our financial support as a government.
Absolutely. I think the investment in Bairnshoes is absolutely key to that. Of course, we have to recognise the really, the profound impact that abuse can have on children, and I think Bairnshoes really embeds, a whole system trauma-informed response that really minimises the risk of traumatisation and supports children's not only their recovery but also their well-being as well. I've been out, I've visited the North Strathclyde Bairnshoes. I've seen, not witnessed it in action, but I've seen the environment. I've seen how the needs and the needs and wants of children who have been involved have been considered, how they have been reflected in the environment. So I think this is really, really important going forward. I appreciate, however, that at the moment that's not something that is consistent across Scotland, and that's, there are more children and young people who I think could benefit from the support of Bairnshouse, and that's obviously a priority going forward. But I think, as I said, Bairnshouse is a really positive example of that cross-government approach in terms of, tackling something from that cross-government approach, and something that will really benefit the children and young people who are able to access it.
Okay, can I just ask, did you, Cabinet Secretary, say that the funding for this was over 3 portfolios,
For the
health,
basis, yes.
justice and education,
That's
because child protection goes across the 3 portfolios?
It's across government, but yes, in terms of Bairnshouse, I'm fairly certain, we need to check this, convener. So again, I write to committee on this. I think it's 8 million from each portfolio from memory.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew Watson actually may be able to correct me on this.
Yes, so there's a bit of resources, a bit of capital. It's varied over the year. I think the total for this financial year is about 10.5 million across the portfolios. And as CabSec says, it's combined between education, health and justice, and that reflects the different services and professions that obviously feed into the Bairnshouse structure.
Thank you. Miles Briggs.
Officials. The Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry is very much looking at historic cases. The Minister for Higher and Further Education will be aware of ongoing concerns around Edinburgh City Council and the unresolved mishandling around child abuse and safeguarding concerns here in Edinburgh and other local authorities. I've raised this in the Chamber. What's the Scottish Government's position, therefore, on these cases? And you'll be aware of the petition going through Parliament around safeguarding and whistleblowing. That petition's been progressing for some time through Parliament. It doesn't really look like government's really embraced that to look at some of the solutions.
So I am aware of the petition. I'm fairly certain the government has given a response to the petition in that regard.
I haven't seen that, if you have.
I think it is important, though, the ongoing work that's been undertaken in relation to the petition itself. Is this a petition, just to clarify with Mr Briggs, that relates to whistleblowing?
Yes.
Yes, so it's been ongoing for a number of years and involves a number of different individuals. We are looking very actively at the petitioner's asks and also note that the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry has looked to undertake a kind of much more extensive review of child protection policy. So this is linked to that, and they're going to, as I understand it, report with their recommendations in due course. So I'm mindful of that, and of course the whistleblowing petition, as I understand it at the current time. But Andrew Watson may want to say more in relation to officials' engagement on this specific issue.
So I've not been directly involved in the petition.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Briggs will be aware that I met with the petitioners around this. That was quite some time ago now, so I would be more than happy to seek an update in relation to, the most recent response or the most recent correspondence that has been received. I would be clear that I think actually the mandatory reporting, the discussion around mandatory reporting that we've already alluded to in committee this morning, I think that links directly with, I think that was something that we'd spoken about in the meeting, if I recall correctly. There has also been work underway. Mr Briggs may be aware of the Care Inspectorate report that came out around Edinburgh. That's something that I have engaged directly with Edinburgh on. While there was some positives around the report, I think there was some real questions around the culture and some other issues with workforce not necessarily knowing who to direct problems to, who to go to. Again, I think that really reminded me of some of the conversations that were coming up in my meeting with petitioners. So I have written directly to Edinburgh Council to ask exactly how they are going to remedy some of this. I believe I requested a meeting as well. I'm not sure if I've had any correspondence back around that. But again, I'm more than happy to write to Mr Briggs if that would be helpful on some of those points.
That is helpful, and I think if government are mindful of moving forward around mandatory reporting, there's other requests specifically around an independent national whistleblower's office for education and wider children's services, and I think that's something which would complement that piece of legislation if it needs to be taken through that way as well. But that's maybe something to follow up on.
I think that's certainly something we consider. I think we need to be mindful of the Cabinet Secretary's statement today, what we've said about mandatory reporting this morning, and then absolutely that's something that could follow on from those discussions.
Thanks.
Bill Kidd.
Thank you very much. To go off, thank you. To go off a wee bit, I'm sure we'll probably return to this in a minute, actually, what we've been talking about, but international students are growing in number at this time of year, and I think this might be something to do with Ms McPherson. Not that they're all coming because of you, but this question might be to do with yourself, actually. Yep.
Do you mind if because I'm actually just moving on to the next subject.
Oh,
And no, that's fine. And I just want to try and keep it to topic. So I'll take you in first on colleges, universities.
Sorry, my apologies.
If you would like. But because we've got quite a lot to get through, I just want to try and keep to this if we can.
Sorry about that.
And on colleges, we're going to start with sustainable funding, and that's Miles Briggs.
Thank you. And I think Bill Kidd's question might complement what I'll ask later on, potentially. I wanted to ask in relation to college funding, and Colleges Scotland have provided quite a few briefings to us in relation to a call to reverse years of underinvestment in the college sector. And so specifically wanted to ask where government are in future funding arrangements for our college sector, and specifically also around a review of college credits as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Briggs. Just first of all, on your latter point, you'll appreciate the acceptance of the Stage 2 amendment in your name in the TEP bill relating to the point you've raised. So I would cite that as our point of reference in terms of moving forward on consideration of the credit system. I have also had significant engagement with the college sector, including on these points, most perhaps of interest to Mr Briggs at Edinburgh College in Granton, where we also attended. I also attended for an hour some of the meeting of the SFC's board who were gathering there, and took the opportunity to meet with the principal and discuss these matters, as well as engagement I've had at Ayrshire College on their campus on these points, and the CDN Awards, speaking with various stakeholders from the college sector that evening, and other engagement, for example, Glasgow Kelvin College early after my appointment. So appreciate the points around the credit system and the consideration around that, and look forward to presuming that the bill passes in the early new year, and I look forward to Mr Briggs voting for it now that he's got that amendment secured. We will proceed with that review. In terms of the considerations around budget more widely, of course this is something that has been very much in the public and parliamentary domain since my appointment on the 23rd of September, with the SFC report coming out that week and the Audit Scotland report the week after. And I have had significant engagement, as I said, with individual colleges. I cited some of that earlier in my response, but also regular engagement with Colleges Scotland, and as has the Cabinet Secretary, including in recent weeks. And the concerns and considerations and ideas and proposals from the sector have, of course, been and are being given due consideration as we work through the budget consideration. Cabinet Secretary, I don't know if you want to say
just briefly, if I may, Convener, we did provide for an uplift to the college sector last year of 2.6%. There was also extra funding in the budget of £3.5 million for offshore wind and social care skills, but I am very alive to the fact that there are real challenges in our colleges just now. I met with Colleges Scotland last week ahead of budget, and we have been having discussions, of course, as you would expect, at ministerial level between myself and the Finance Secretary, so that she is well appraised of the challenges in the colleges sector. I think it is perhaps one of the most challenging parts of the education system at the current time in relation to its sustainability. So Ms McPherson is leading work in relation to sustainability in the sector, and I may want to say more on that, but I'm very mindful that Our colleges just now are suffering, and we need to reflect as a government about how we can better support their sustainability. They provide pathways for young people and adult learners in our communities that universities are often not able to reach. So it's really important that they continue to exist and we support them to have a sustainable footing into the future. So the briefing from College of Scotland has been helpful in that regard, and we're thinking about creative ways in which through budget, we can provide more support to the sector, and I have to say to committee, I'm all ears to any suggestions opposition members may have in that regard. We exist in a parliament of minorities, of course, and if the opposition have proposals to support the colleges sector that they want to come forward with in relation to the budget, then both myself and the Finance Secretary would be very amenable to sitting down to talking to that in more detail, because my view is that we are going to have to radically consider how we can support the sector into the future, because there are a number of challenges they're facing at the current time.
And on that very point, I recently visited Dundee and Angus College, who outlined their future capital needs. A lot of this is to do with RAC as well for many colleges. And I think it was 2019 Act, which would give colleges opportunity to have borrowing powers towards capital, which haven't been utilised. Is that something ministers are looking at? Because I think the future mounting capital infrastructure spend for the college sector is really getting to a state now that there needs to be a different model to help the college sector meet that in going forward. And just wondered where ministers were with that part of sustainable funding for the sector as well.
So we are looking at all of these issues. In terms of the here and now, there's a sustainability challenge for the here and now. And I think we need to look at that for the next financial year. So we will have to consider that in relation to budget. There are wider issues in relation to capital. We have looked at this issue and we provided supplementary support in that regard, Adam, in the past. You might want to say more on that. But I'm very focused on the here and now and on working with the colleges sector on a longer term vision, which is exactly the work that Mr Macpherson is leading on in relation to sustainability, because the capital aspects here, I know there are specific issues in relation to Dundee and Angus in that regard, are historic, some of them. And I think we need to be mindful of what we can do in a one-year budget and what we might be able to do in the longer term. So these discussions are happening in relation to my engagement with the Finance Secretary, but also with Mr Macpherson, with College of Scotland directly. And I might want to say a little bit more on some of the capital work. Or he might not, I don't know.
I can say there was a 5% increase in the capital maintenance budget for colleges, and SFC, of course, are working towards a college infrastructure investment plan for next year.
Okay, that's helpful.
Just to add to those answers, as I think it'll be of interest, Mr Briggs, as well. So, in terms of Dundee and Angus, I met with the principal and the chair, as far as I can recall, just in recent weeks on their specific capital concerns and issues, and the government has received more information on that for some time, and that is part of our considerations. In terms of the wider sustainability and how we look to the years ahead, so that there is a tripartite group that the member may be aware of that involves the Scottish Government, the Scottish Funding Council and College of Scotland and representatives from the sector. The last meeting of that was yesterday, and we had a very helpful and constructive discussion around issues and ideas on the way forward. And I'm looking forward to progressing that work in the new year and developing it in ways that make sure that together we meet not just the challenges that our college sector faces, but also the huge opportunities that there are in terms of what the demands of the economy and communities and tackling poverty will be in the period ahead, and the important role that colleges play as anchor institutions in all of that.
Okay, thanks for that.
Paul O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener. My intention was to ask questions on attainment in schools, so I don't know if that's...
It's fine. No, that's okay. I'll take that out the notes. Ross Creer, on fair work.
On college fair work, yeah, yes. Happy to stick with that, yeah. Minister, you'll remember that a lot of the Stage 2 proceedings around the Tertiary Education Bill hinged on matters of legislative competence in relation to fair work, questions around ONS classification, etc. I'm wondering if, having had time to consider the points, particularly made by myself and Pam Duncan-Glancy, if there's anything that you're able to share at this stage about the Scottish Government's expectations of the college sector in particular in relation to fair work. I understand entirely the difficulties with universities as independent institutions, largely publicly funded, in some cases overwhelmingly publicly funded, but independent institutions. Colleges are public bodies, and a lot of their staff feel like management in the college sector is not held to the same standards in relation to fair work that management everywhere else in the public sector is. Would you be able to just lay out what exactly the Scottish Government expects of college management when it comes to fair work?
So, of course, this is the SFC involved in these considerations as well as the Scottish Government, and I appreciate Mr Greer's focus on these important issues, and having appreciated my engagement with him mostly on the TEP bill in regard to this, not just around this table, but also in bilateral meetings, including just in recent days. So the government, of course, has a wider determination to see and deliver more fair work where we can with our soft power, because employment law is very clearly, of course, in the Scotland Act, fully reserved, unfortunately. Of course, if we had those powers in the Scottish Parliament, we could make further impact in these areas. And the determination of the government, of course, even recently, has been to deliver good outcomes for our college staff that we deeply value. There was the settlement of the lecturers' pay position before my appointment. I'm really pleased that in recent weeks, two of the unions, which is sufficient, have accepted the offer around college support staff, and I do think that's really important, because we deeply value the role of our support staff in our institutions across the education sector, including in our colleges. So, all these things matter in terms of fair work when it comes to fair pay. What I want to do, and I gave this undertaking to Mr Greer in recent days, as he will recall, as we approach the stage 3 of the TEP bill, to be very clear in giving as much assurance as I can about the government's focus and how we enable greater fair work in our college sector and what we can do within the powers that we have.
I appreciate that, and given that we had lengthy on-the-record debates at stage 2 and we'll have that ahead of stage 3, I won't kind of press into any of the particulars in relation to the bill. One that's certainly not for the bill, but it's been a long-running issue, is the NGNC structure and the question of an independent chair. Now, you quite rightly observed that industrial relations seem to have improved. We've went through a period of almost a decade with national industrial action every year. There were clearly profound interpersonal problems, to put it one way, at the NGNC. And one of the key recommendations from lessons learned reports was an independent chair. I think it's fair to say, obviously, we're aware that employers' side were happier with that than the unions were. It's been much discussed in Parliament. It's not the only potential reform that could be made, but are you able to say anything at this point around the government's intentions to, excuse me, take forward in full, or as close to full as you can, the recommendations made in the Lessons Learned report around the NGNC, whether it's independent chair or the other recommendations that were made?
The Cabinet Secretary might want to say something further, but I will just say that I'm grateful to Mr Greer for raising that point. This is not something that has been pressed with me by unions in the dialogue that I've had since being appointed and the tenure that I've had in this role, but it's certainly something I'd be happy to consider and write to the committee on, including, of course, Mr Greer in the new year. And get that
it's our union colleagues who don't want an independent chair, so I expect they probably wouldn't have been pressing the point.
Oh, right,
I think,
okay.
I
Sorry,
think almost
I've
everybody else
misinterpreted that.
involved in the process does agree that an independent chair is probably the way forward at this stage. But I recognise you've not been in post for too long and had a bill that this is unrelated to that question, so happy to follow that up at a later point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul McLennan.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I kind of asked this question before, and I think Mr McPherson's been in front of us. One is around about the regional opportunities for colleges, and I'm talking probably about my own constituency where there's opportunities around about renewables, how we can focus funding on increasing opportunities around about that. Another key thing I think, suppose related to that, is interactions with universities, and where do we see the role of colleges and universities working closer together to try and look at that broader approach, but primarily on the apprenticeships and regional how we can focus on the regional opportunities and how that works moving ahead.
So I would refer to, thanks for the question. So in terms of how do we collectively as a country realise and make the most of, both in terms of economic growth and collective reward, but also creating opportunities, reducing poverty, allowing learners to progress in areas where we have significant comparative advantage, for example, in offshore wind, or other examples like in the west of Scotland, there's a real galvanisation in Ayrshire that I saw firsthand when I went there around aerospace, for example. So we of course, want to support skills development, and I'll bring Adam in shortly on this, in those areas where there's clear growth in opportunities and demand for skills. This is something we want to do with our partners in universities, colleges and employers, and that's why the TEP Bill's implementation will be helpful, because it will bring everything under one funding body and create that agility and just modernised approach that will allow for creativity and funding to be utilised to best effect in the most efficient way. So discussion around regional priorities, both in terms of the Education Directorate with regard to funding and working with the educational institutions, is absolutely something of pertinence, and that we're engaged in constructively and collaboratively, but also in the economy space, working with employers and making sure that we're working to realise the potential that there is for economic growth, of which there is significant potential. So Adam, do you want to say a bit more on that in terms of...
Just maybe on, again, maybe on the opportunities to work closer with the universities. I think you kind of touched on that. I think I understand the point you're saying about the colleges, but the close, I mean, discussions I've had with the colleges and the universities are both talking about how does that work, where does funding then flow in between the two, where are the opportunities around about innovation, outside funding. So it's kind of looking at that kind of area as well, about the opportunities around about that and the work we're doing specifically on that point as well.
So there are already lots of examples of universities and colleges working together to deliver in skills and other areas, and that's clearly positive and good collaboration. We'd want to build on that and work with institutions and public bodies to enable that to happen. On the regional side, we committed in the programme for government to strengthen regional skills planning arrangements, and we'd want a number of partners to be involved in that, including colleges and universities. And as the Minister alluded to, there's also lots of regional skills delivery happening. And again, colleges and universities being part of that is key.
Thanks for being conscious of time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just before we move on from colleges to universities, and I'll take Bill Kidd in at that point. I visited Murray College. It's doing outstanding work, and some of its results are really exceptional. And this is my opinion. It's not been articulated to me by the team there. I sometimes think they are achieving this with one hand tied behind their backs because of decisions and directions from the upper echelons of UHI. I wonder, Minister, what's your views on the current setup of UHI, and particularly because I mentioned this with your predecessor, and I have asked you and other ministers about this, the top slice that UHI take from all their other colleges to pay for their executive office function. When we had the principal of UHI, I think she said something along the lines of this is an antiquated process, but it's still there. Isn't it the time to get rid of the top slice at UHI?
So, Convener, thanks for raising this again. I know you raised this on the 1st of October when I was here last time. So, I am keen in the new year to engage with as many more colleges and universities beyond what I've been able to do in the last months. I've had helpful correspondence with regard to UHI in the last few months since appointment on the 23rd. Unfortunately, I've not had capacity because of parliamentary business and other commitments to be able to engage fully with all parties involved in this matter. But I hope you can take it in good faith that I want to do that in the new year, and I will seek you personally as a member with an interest in it, and through the committee to the committee too more widely, if that's helpful. But I don't have further to add beyond what I said on the 1st of October, and I don't think, given the interest of time, it's worth just stating that again, if that's okay.
If there was an opportunity, and it's something I've not discussed with them, but I'm interested in seeking to arrange to hear from all the chairs of the individual college boards. So not the UHI board, and they've got their own chair, but the individual chairs are the ones at the grassroots and know what's happening in their own colleges. I was keen for Highlands and Islands MSPs to perhaps meet with all the chairs. If it's possible and diaries allow, would you be willing and happy to listen to chairs to hear what their experience on the ground as colleges as part of UHI?
I would be interested to hear those perspectives if it's practical, certainly. I mean, I've sought to engage as widely as I could, in the sense I've been appointed on the 23rd, and I always think it's important for all of us in politics to hear different perspectives and perceptions, and I would certainly be interested in that.
Very grateful. Okay, we're going to stick with you, Minister, probably, but move to universities as part of your portfolio, and we'll go to Bill Kidd.
Right, thank you very much, Convener. And I was just about to ask a question about international students, international student visas, immigration, etc., opportunities for international students, because a lot of universities do seem to be suffering somewhat with a decline in the numbers of international students. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about how the Higher Education Secretary sector are actually supporting international students to come here, and to add a wee bit extra in, how are we supporting students to come from Gaza to be able to study in Scotland, please?
Okay, quite a lot in that. Thank you, Mr. Kidd, and please bear with me, Convener, as I try to go through this. So, first of all, I just think, before we talk about international students, I do think it's important to emphasise, as I did in the Chamber recently, in the last committee debate, that official statistics released in March 2025 by the Higher Education Statistics Agency show an increase overall in the number of Scottish-based students at Scottish universities to 173,795, as well as a rise in full-time Scottish first-degree entrants. I just think it's important to emphasise that for context. Also, we of course have very many hundreds of international students here in Scotland who are very, very welcome. And we've sought to emphasise how welcome international students are here in Scotland in recent months by, for example, ruling out the levy that the UK government are going to charge international students. So we've sought, by doing that, to make sure we emphasise that international students are ready, but also to try and create advantage for our Scottish institutions competing for international students. And there's also remarkable work that goes on collaboratively with the relevant stakeholders to help tell the world as broadly as we can that Scotland is a great place to come and study, with remarkable institutions, with historic prominence and reputations and extremely high quality delivery. We know how well our universities do in the rankings internationally, for example. So, Scotland's a great place to study, and we won't be able to come here, and we're trying our best to emphasise that. In an environment where, of course, we have a UK government that is making it more difficult for students to come here, that has sought to tell the market that indirectly that we want less students to come here. I mean, that's the only message that can be deduced by the immigration changes that are being made. And that is why the pressures that are facing our universities here in Scotland are very similar to the pressures that are facing universities across the UK, in that the financial sustainability is being compromised through a number of external factors. The immigration changes are one of them. The national insurance hike that was unexpected has also been really challenging for our universities and continues to be so. And of course, that was not alleviated in the budget of the UK government that was announced at the end of last month. So our universities are really facing challenge. We, of course, are seeking to support our universities, and there will be more information about the work on sustainability that we're doing collaboratively and cross-party in the period ahead. With regard to students from Gaza, recently I had the great privilege of meeting some of those who've come here to study, remarkable individuals who are skilled and passionate and determined and have acquired all of that and sustained all of that in the most unimaginable circumstances that we can only try to think how difficult it's been for them. And they are here in Scotland. I'm grateful for the opportunity that they've had to come and study here at our universities and to contribute to our society and and who will be determined to contribute to the rebuilding of Gaza and their society if they return. One of the issues, of course, that they are facing is considerations around visas, which again goes back to the central point that, unfortunately, UK government immigration changes are making it more difficult for people to study here.
Okay, thank you for that. Obviously, circumstances in terms of, as we all know, what's taken place at Dundee and Edinburgh and Aberdeen to a certain extent, actually would be alleviated maybe to some degree with a decent number of international students being able to sign up there. Now, I know what you're saying about it's terrific actually that we're getting further home students signing up and being part of the university system, but it really benefits, I think, those home students as well if they can study alongside people from across the world, intellects coming into the country and helping to boost what we have here already, you know. So basically that's it. But thank you for your reply. I think it's important to note that the Scottish Government is aware that we should be able to get as many people in as would like to sign up to go to Scottish universities.
Well, internationalism creates innovation, and what the Elsevier report, which was a remarkable independent piece of work, showed in the autumn is that our Scottish universities do collaboration extremely well. Yeah. We collaborate, as far as I can recall, 3 times more than the global average, and 2 times more with the business community than the global average. So collaboration of Scottish universities internationally and within the UK is remarkable. It's one of the huge strengths when it comes to research. And indeed that intangible benefit of people coming together from across the world, thinking, creating, innovating, collaborating together is something that is really enriching for our academia, for our wider society and also for the economy. So that's why international students matter. They're not just financial units important to the universities, which are of course are autonomous institutions, but they are enriching in the round.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Convener. If I can, just briefly on an associated point, I suppose, would the Minister join me in welcoming the news today that the UK will rejoin Erasmus+, providing opportunities, obviously, for students across Scotland and the wider UK. Obviously, that's happened within 2 years of the new UK government being elected, and I wonder if he might have any reflections on the progress over the 6-year period to the test and learn stage, which we're only just at for SEEP, which is the Scottish Government's programme.
Yeah. So first of all, we should never have left Erasmus+. I mean, it was very clear. I remember being Europe Minister for 18 months, and then the Cabinet Secretary followed me, multiple meetings with UK Government ministers, stating to them very, very clearly from devolved administrations, including our colleagues in Wales, that it made no sense economically, socially or otherwise to leave the Erasmus Plus scheme. So The UK coming out of the Erasmus Plus scheme has literally been a waste of time. But we do welcome the news that we're back in. And the Cabinet Secretary for Constitutional and External Affairs had a call with UK ministers this morning. We are awaiting more details of how this will apply to Scotland, and the UK government need to be forthcoming on providing us with more information. But of course it's welcome, and you know, that's a positive thing. In terms of the Scottish Education Exchange Programme, SEEP, was there anything specific that the member wanted to ask about?
I think it was more just a general point about we're just at the test and learn phase and the kind of intervening 6-year period that we've not been in Erasmus Plus. So it was just to get a sense of was that at a stage where it was going to further expand prior to the news this morning?
Adam, you said you wanted to inform the committee more on this.
So in terms of SEEP, obviously launched in 2023, and since then the government's invested over 1.3 million in various projects, I think 86 projects across colleges and universities. Just yesterday, I think we published an evaluation on SEEP, which had a number of recommendations. We'll need to now go away and work with partners to consider how best to take that forward with the Minister and, as I say, partners in the context of this morning's announcement.
Thank you, Convener.
Dunbar.
Thank you. Many of our universities in Scotland, including the one in Aberdeen, of course, have intakes in January each year, including the ones for international students. Can I ask if you think that these later intakes are being impacted by the rules on international student visas and immigration?
Thank you. I have actually anecdotally heard this week from a contact at Aberdeen University at an event I attended about negative impact on admissions internationally as a result of UK government immigration policy. It's important that we as a government make sure we explore these issues beyond anecdotal feedback. However, that feedback is very concerning. So in our engagement with University Scotland in the weeks ahead, and I will be engaging with University Scotland tomorrow and hope to have the opportunity to ask this question at some point during the dialogue and deliberations that I have with University Scotland tomorrow. I would like to get a sense from the sector if this is something that other institutions are experiencing, because if they are, that is very concerning for us all in Scotland and indeed across the UK, because that will show the impact negatively of UK government immigration policy on our university admissions processes.
And is there a different impact for January intakes, or is there the same issue right across the board?
Well, as I said, in terms of the January intake, I want to get a better sense of other institutions beyond the anecdotal feedback, and that is in the context of the UK government's intention to reduce graduate visas from 2 years to 18 months for most international students, and that this applies to applications from January 27. So if that's already having an effect now, we need to explore why that is, and I'm looking forward to
If I can ask a question on the wider access more generally, can I maybe get an update on the progress that's been made, as well as the work that's underway just to make sure that somebody's background does not impact their ability to access university?
Yeah, well, I think I commend the committee again on its work on widening access and the debate that took place in recent weeks. Of course, there was a number of points that we discussed collectively during that debate in the Parliament, including the positive progress that's been made to meeting the widening access targets and the 37% increase in the number of Scots from deprived areas entering university in 23-24 on full-time degree courses, and that's a 37% increase since this government established the Commission on widening access. Pardon me. So that's obviously significant progress, and of course the delivery and continuance of our free tuition for the Scots domiciled person who goes to university and state-funded education collectively. That's a collective investment in our people and our workforce, and that investment, of course, continues to encourage people to go to university based on their ability to learn and not on the ability to pay.
Okay, I'm mindful of time, so I'll leave it there just now.
You will have undoubtedly anticipated this question, but where are you with our unanimous committee recommendation to introduce a unique learner number? You told the Chamber you would go away and consider the strong opinions you got across the Chamber on that issue.
I did, and I appreciated the dialogue in the Chamber, Convener. I hope you will forgive me in this regard, but we haven't had a huge amount of time since the debate and this committee appearance, and I did give an undertaking to look afresh at this matter, and I just reaffirm that commitment today, and I will update the committee as soon as I have details to share.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move back to funding, now looking at universities, previously looking at it with colleges, and Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Convener, and a similar line of questioning from previously, and welcome the fact that ministers have established the review, which we'll be meeting tomorrow morning as cross-party to consider the impacts on our universities currently. But wondered, given the pressures we've seen, this committee has done a huge amount of work around Dundee University, but other universities who are now reporting concerns over their future financial sustainability, where Scottish ministers are ahead of the budget in January.
Briefly, Convener, bringing Mr Macpherson on the wider work, two members now have referenced Dundee, and I think committee members need to be mindful that Dundee was a unique institution in relation to some of the financial decisions that were taken by Dundee. The uniqueness of what happened in Dundee justified the government's use of the Section 25. So that, I think, is quite important. However, Mr Briggs is quite right to say there are pressures across the sector. We know there are a range of external factors at play. We've heard from members this morning about the impacts of international students in relation to immigration rules, but also in relation to ENICs across the sector, and inflationary pressures making staff wages go up, which is quite right, but also meaning that bills to heat buildings, for example, are now much more expensive. So there are lots of things that our universities and our colleges are having to contend with that they didn't have to, let's say, for example, 5 years ago. And I think we should just be a bit mindful about Dundee in that mix as a bit of a unique outlier in relation to some of the financial decisions that were taken at that institution, which of course was all documented in relation to the report by Pamela Gillies that published before the end of the summer recess. But I'll pass to Mr Macpherson in relation to the wider sector work. But I did want to make that point in relation to Dundee.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I would just caution Mr Briggs and all of us more widely getting ahead of the announcement that the government will make very soon on the sustainability work. I'm just mindful of, we're working collaboratively and in sync with Universities Scotland and others, and it's important that we respect all partners in this process. So if Parliament and Committee can be patient, of course there will be an update very, very soon on that work.
And in terms of, I think, probably all MSPs' mailbags, including the ministers, I think there's real fear out there now from people working in our universities. There was a rally not too long ago, which many of us committee members spoke at. Have ministers outlined to universities their opinion around compulsory redundancies being progressed by as cost-saving measures to the university sector?
So, in engagement with universities and in Parliament, Mr Briggs will probably recall the topical question that I answered from Mr Whitfield just a number of weeks ago with regard to the University of Edinburgh. I would just want to repeat the main points that I made in that answer, which are relevant to all of our universities. While they are autonomous institutions with responsibility for their operational decision-making, we absolutely strongly encourage them to engage constructively with trade unions and seek resolution to these disputes in line with Fair Work principles. Of course, that's been raised today. And I would just emphasise that compulsory redundancies should only be considered as a last resort after all other cost-saving measures have been fully explored. And that is absolutely the key point. We have recognised the financial challenge on our universities and universities across the UK, but also universities are important employers and hugely important in terms of the economy. And the staff at universities, of course, are key to teaching, research. It's the people that make these organisations. So we will continue to engage with the universities on these points as autonomous institutions, but also engagement with unions, and I've been grateful for the engagement I've had with unions in recent weeks. Yeah. I don't know if you want to say. Okay.
Thank you for that. And in relation to widening access, could I ask the Minister for keeping the promise? The debate we had, I thought, was quite useful in pointing out the work which the university sector has done to encourage and support more care experienced young people to get into university. What wasn't clear was actually the completion levels. And just wondered where government was, and the committees raised this question before as well in relation to actually tracking a young person through university from a care experience background, and where the government potentially would change that going forward.
I think that's something that we absolutely have to do, because I don't think it makes any sense to put statistics in for the start of a care experienced person's journey, but not seeing that through in terms of that educational journey. So I absolutely think that that is something that we will have to consider going forward. I don't think there should be a huge level of complexity in it. A lot of care experienced young people will already be being supported by certain services in a local authority, whether that is aftercare services or continuing care, or there are already very likely connections with that young person anyway. So I think that absolutely, if that's something that could help to ensure that our care experienced people are getting the opportunities and the educational opportunities, I should say, and equally the opportunity to remain, because we know from our own discussions, Mr Briggs, and discussions I've had with the committee, that there can be difficulties depending on a stage of a care experienced young person's life that can absolutely manifest into issues with education. So essentially what I'm saying is I absolutely agree, and if there are ways that we could bolster that more, then I would be more than happy to look into that.
Okay, thanks, Convener.
Paul McLennan.
Thanks, Convener. Just building on that point, and Miles Briggs and I just had a meeting just a few days ago with UK Scotland about that particular issue, but more broadly on terms of widening access. I think that's really important that we don't lose that sight of that. So I suppose it's a question to the panel and about that. What more can we do in terms of widening access and give that ability for people to go to university who haven't done in the past? I think that's a really important point that we can't lose sight of. So I don't know if that would be yourself, Cab, second in terms of that. But what's almost in terms of the budget, and then in terms of then what are the more broader plans to make sure that we continue the good work that we're doing in that area?
I think undoubtedly there's more that can be done, but the progress that Mr Macpherson has set out has been remarkable, and we now have far more children and young people from poorer communities going on to university because they think it's for them, and in the past we know they didn't think it was for them, and that's really important that those pathways are open. I think also I'm mindful post-pandemic that some of our progress here has stalled in the way that it perhaps was not previously, although I think the most recent statistics were very welcome news. So the UCAS data, I think, that published on exam results day showed again progress in relation to widening widening access, and that is to be welcomed. And my own view is that there's now a much more distinct link between what's happening in our schools and pathways onto college and university. Part of that is because we've now got a far broader range of qualifications, and I'm sure we'll come on to speak about school education in due course. But if we look at this year's examination results, over 100,000 now technical and vocational qualifications being delivered, creating pathways that didn't used to exist for young people. So I think we've seen a real sea change in relation to the way in which our education system is delivering for our children and young people. Universities have been in the driving seat of some of that culture shift. They've recognised their responsibilities. I don't know if Mr McPherson wants to say more on that.
Just on that point, you're talking about pathways, Cabsec, and I think I've got a niece and nephew who both went to college, then went on to university, and both gone through that particular route. So I think that's a really important one, because at the start of this, they didn't see themselves going to university. At the end of it, they're going through, they've got their qualifications, and they're both progressing. So I think it's a really important point, just before I let the Minister come in.
I would just say that, obviously endorse everything that the CAPSEC's just said. I mean, I would also say that we collectively need to consider this also in the broader context of, we want everyone who wants to go to university, and university is right for them to have the opportunity. That is the ambition of fair access, and that is what the Commissioner and I talked about in terms of widening access just in recent days. But we also collectively want to, well, I feel this from around the committee table from previous engagement in Parliament and certainly with stakeholders, collectively we want to lead a shift in social consciousness where people undertake the pathway that is right for them. And genuine parity of esteem needs to be realised by moving ourselves away from any sense of hierarchy of achievement. Yes, of course, different qualifications require different demands and skills and talents and abilities, but the most enrichment we will get as a society for the individual and all of us together is getting to that point of parity esteem where people feel proud and empowered to proudly drive forward in the area that is right for them. So I just think that wider context is important in terms of Withers and in terms of what we're trying to do with apprenticeships as well.
Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Ross Greer, if you still wants to ask about fair work in universities.
No, I'm content to move on.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's fine. We're going to move on to schools now and start with Mr Greer, if that's okay, on teacher workload, and then we'll look at contact time as well.
Cabinet Secretary, I was wondering if we could just start off on the theme of teacher workload. If you could just set out what has the Scottish Government done in this Parliament to reduce teacher workload, particularly in relation to bureaucracy?
So we've been working with the SNCT in relation to reducing teacher workload. The main way in which we will achieve that, to my mind, is reducing class contact. We know that Scotland's teachers are working more hours than they should be at the current time. A large part of that, as I think the EIS has documented in recent weeks and months, has been in relation to the increase in additional support needs. I'm sure we'll come on to talk about that as well. But with that associated increase in additional support needs diagnosis, which I think is important, comes associated bureaucracy, and we need to be mindful of that. The changes need to be driven, as Mr Greer knows, through the SNCT, and it is regrettable that we've not been able to make as much progress in this space, particularly on reducing class contact, as we had hoped by this point, although I do welcome the fact we've been able to get through the SNCT record pay deals, and again, in recent weeks, another pay increase for Scotland's teachers, ensuring that they remain the highest paid on these islands. So that is very welcome, but in terms of reducing class contact, to my mind, that's the thing that's going to make the difference. So we've got to go further in that regard. Just to also give Mr Greer, I suppose, some reassurance, I set out some of the government's proposals a few weeks ago now in relation to how this might be delivered, but that, of course, is a matter for the SNCT to engage in. As I understand it, and Alison Taylor to my left will keep me right on this, the trade unions made public comment on this, I think, yesterday. There will also be a meeting tomorrow with COSLA in relation to how we take this forward. I am very keen, as you will know from public commentary, that we use a number of pilots across the country to look at ways in which this could be delivered. Now, we have to work with the profession in terms of how that works, how it's timetable, what it looks like in primary versus secondary. But to my mind, reducing teacher class contact is the thing that's going to make the difference. I'm disappointed we've not been able to make as much progress as we should have been before now, but I am pleased that we now seem to see some movement from partners in that regard, and that's to be welcomed. So we'll be grasping the thistle on this to give Mr Greer some reassurance, because to my mind, it's the thing that will make the biggest difference, both for our teachers and for our pupils. And I don't know if Alison wants to add more in terms of officials' engagement at this level.
I think all I would add, Cabinet Secretary, is that we have a focus on trying to work through some practicalities now, trying to understand the art of the possible, to use that old cliche, and actually see what can work on the ground and what we can build from. Thanks.
So I agree absolutely that key to reducing teacher workload is reduction in class contact. I welcome the proposals that you set out. I think they were pretty ambitious. I think it is impossible to imagine that ambition being realised without substantial additional resource, though. What I'm concerned about in the here and now is the level of unnecessary bureaucracy that teachers are still having to wade through that would not require additional recruitment. It would not require a significant amount of resource. Indeed, in some cases, as you've heard me say before, the Scottish Government could save money, local authorities could save money by tackling this bureaucracy. And indeed, it has now been, I think, just over a decade since the Tackling Bureaucracy report was produced. A substantial amount of that report has just not been implemented. And with respect, it does sound like you're struggling to come up with an example of something the Scottish Government has done in this session of Parliament to reduce teachers' workload in relation to bureaucracy.
So I remember the 2014 Tackling Bureaucracy report as I sat chairing a department meeting with my department in 2014 to look at the Tackling Bureaucracy report and what it meant for us in my department at that time. I think it's important when we talk about bureaucracy. First of all, that differs at local authority level. We know that. It also differs at school level. I would argue, and I'm sure there are others that contend this is not the case, that the vast majority of administrative bureaucratic tasks that are asked of teachers are not asked of government. So we don't collect lots of educational data nationally. Now, you all know this because there are FOIs that go in from various parties to local authorities. That isn't necessarily particularly helpful, but it is the case that we have different policies in terms of how things are recorded, the administrative tasks that are asked of teachers. That, I think, is not particularly helpful. One of the announcements that I gave alongside how we might deliver on reducing class contact was our plans to take forward independent work on looking how we reduce unnecessary bureaucracy. And we actually have a body of work that I commissioned, I think, in the summer in that regard that's going to look at driving some of that work forward, particularly with AI perhaps being an opportunity to reduce teacher workload in terms of these administrative tasks.
Sorry to cut you off. I welcome all that new work, particularly in relation to AI. That was obviously not relevant when the 2014 report was produced. But my worry there is that we're going to go through the same process of having working groups and reviews and consultations and coming up with new ideas of ways to reduce teacher workload and then not implement them in the way that we did not implement most of the 2014 work. Why has the government not just taken that 2014 report, dusted it off and implemented what's still to be done and is still relevant? It feels like that there must be low-hanging fruit here. I take your point that I think a lot of this is driven by local authorities, but you've also heard me say before, in a lot of cases that is because they've bolted things on to the Scottish Government's requirements. So SNSAs, we disagree on that in principle, but the Government's position is to deliver them, fine. Why has the government not set a condition saying, no, local authorities, you are not allowed to bolt on all sorts of additional reporting requirements to these? Because that's one of the drivers of teacher workload, not the test in and of itself, everything that's now built around it.
It is. I mean, I think you make a fair point, Mr Greer. I mean, in terms of the SNASAs, I remember sitting in this room where Ms Dunbar is, debating these exact issues with COSLA at the time, because we've got 32 different approaches to how progress and assessment is monitored. Local authorities were meant to use the SNASAs, as you will recall, as a diagnostic tool, and they shouldn't add to teacher workload. But beyond the SNSAs, the government actually asked for very little in terms of teacher workload. Much of it, as Mr Greer has alluded to, is driven by local authority practices. I think in terms of the 2014 report, I am mindful that we exist in a different era now in our schools. What's happening in our schools now is not what was happening when I was last in a classroom. It is completely, we look at poverty, we look at the ways in which schools are meeting needs. A lot of the workload might not necessarily be administrative now. It is support for families. It is broader social support. And it's actually quite difficult to quantify some of that. So whilst I accept in principle some of Mr Greer's points, I do think we need to look at new ways in which we can reduce workload. The work I've set out in relation to the work on AI and on reducing unnecessary bureaucracy is important. To my mind, reducing class contact is what's going to make the biggest difference. So I'm pleased that we've seen some real progress, and I hope we'll see further from that from tomorrow's meeting in recent weeks. And I really think that work, accompanied by the work on reducing teacher bureaucracy, will be the game changer. Mindful too that much of this is related to the increase that we have seen in additional support needs. And we might come on to talk about that, I'm sure. But I think we need to be mindful of the ASN review, what that means in terms of teacher workload, administrative tasks. As a really crude example of my own experience, when I taught in Edinburgh, we used to have, for example, in my department, a pupil support assistant who would come to the department once every 2 weeks, and her job essentially was to sit and input pupil grades from their test results, from things like that. Having somebody in the department to undertake those administrative tasks meant that when you were carrying out your reporting requirements for your year groups was far easier. It reduced teacher bureaucracy, it reduced the time we were having to spend on those tasks. So that's a really crude example of one local authority using additional budget to employ pupil support assistants. But Mr Greer alludes to a wider challenge in Scottish education, which is something that I've tasked John Wilson with, which is to look essentially at how we deliver education in Scotland schools post-pandemic. Is it sustainable? Having 32 different approaches to how we do this? I think we need to ask ourselves some of these big challenging questions at the current time, because budgets are challenging. We'll come on to talk about that in January, I'm sure. And there are perhaps more sustainable ways in which we could deliver an equitable education system for all of our children and young people.
So tempted as I am to get into that debate around education governance, because I agree with you, 32 different ways of doing this is not working. At the same time, that if we were to go down that path, huge piece of work that would take a number of years, are there not things that can be done here and now? I mean, I suppose my challenge to you then, if I could kind of focus this a bit more, is how are you confident that the work that you've commissioned is not going to go the way that the 2014 Tackling Bureaucracy report went and just sit on a shelf, and 10 years on we'll all lament the fact it wasn't implemented at the time, but society's moved on, so we need another working group and another consultation?
Well, I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that work, but I do think it's important. And to Mr Greer's point, yes, there is work underway. I've set out some of the steps, but Mr Greer was also instrumental last year in making sure the government put extra money into the budget to provide for an increase in teacher numbers and for ASN. That extra funding is making a difference. It means, for example, that we have higher numbers than we have had previously in relation to pupil support assistants being employed locally. So we can protect education budgets in our negotiations, and I'm very amenable to listening to members' views on that, because I think it's important. And of course, I will myself be involved in budget negotiations with the Finance Secretary in the coming weeks. So if members have views on this, I'm all ears.
Look forward to those discussions. I'll finish there and apologise preemptively because I will need to head off shortly after 1 because we've overrun.
Okay, thank you. On contact time, Willie Rennie.
Yeah, so the teachers panel of the SNCT met yesterday, and they were pretty scathing. They said the Scottish Government's proposals fail to adequately address the pressing need to resolve the SNCT dispute on reducing weekly class contact time to 21 hours. They talk about a lack of meaningful progress, and they refer to their statutory ballot. So why is the Education Secretary's announcement on the 4-day teaching week not broken the logjam? And what new things is she going to do to avoid the strike at the end of January?
Well, I don't think any of us here, Mr Rennie, want another teacher strike. I certainly don't on my watch, so I'm keen to avoid that. I met with the EIS and the other professional associations, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago now, in Parliament to talk about these issues in more detail. We've got to get a resolution to this challenge. One of the points I will put on record, and I've said this publicly previously, is the trade unions have a view that pay and conditions should be negotiated separately. Now, that is entirely in their gift, but I observed that when I was Transport Minister, that was not necessarily the view of the transport unions who would negotiate these matters together. So because of the separation between pay and conditions, I think we could perhaps have seen a resolution to this more timorously than we have, because we've had successive pay increases every year. That means teachers are more expensive to employ, and the budget that Mr Greer rightly talked to in relation to funding this becomes more constricted. But we will have to work through the SNCT on these issues in relation to how it will be implemented. I've spoken, of course, to all the professional associations. I'm very keen to work with them on establishing pilots about what works. We've got to work with the profession to understand their needs, but also to understand the practical requirements of timetabling. I speak as a secondary specialist. This will look different in a primary school, and there are other challenges in primary. But we also know, to provide some reassurance from our own independent modelling, that if local authorities had gone back to 2023 levels of teacher numbers, there would be enough primary school teachers in the system to deliver on reducing class contact. And again, I welcome Mr Rennie's party's support last year for the budget, which allowed for an increase in funding to be provided for teacher numbers and for ASN. That's what will make the difference in relation to delivering on reducing class contact. But we've also got to give teachers time. You know, we've looked at international comparisons in relation to how many hours teachers are working. I know that they are stressed and they are struggling at the current time. We've talked before at this committee about ASN. We've got to create that headspace. But the final point I would make on this is we're trying to reform our education system just now. I can't do that if I don't create time for teachers to engage with that process. So this is really important, not just for our children and young people, but for our teachers who are professionals, to have the headspace, to have the time to engage in that work in terms of education reform.
So you've said all of that before, and it hasn't broken the logjam. So what new are you going to offer to make this change? Because we can't have a strike, as you say. So what are you going to do? Because the teachers' panel are pretty clear about where the responsibility is.
Well, it's a tripartite responsibility, Mr. Rennie. Because
they're pretty clear about where the responsibility is. It's your manifesto commitment,
yes,
and you've not delivered it.
It is, but we need to get agreement on the time. So they've also been clear, I've got their letter here, that once we can get agreement on the use of the time, they think we might be able to move forward. And actually, the letter that I received from them yesterday, the letter that was published certainly yesterday, is quite helpful in that regard, which says if we can arrive at an agreement in relation to the use of time, we can move forward in terms of pilots. So I actually had a really helpful meeting with them a few weeks ago now. They might not agree with everything. You mentioned, Mr Rennie, what's new. I've actually published quite a few things in relation to a 4-day teaching week. That is new in relation to how we might standardise, for example, learning hours across the country. We see variance in relation to learning hours across local authorities. That means that now, Claire or Alison will keep me right on this. There's variance in the system just now. It's up to 2 hours per local authority for primary 1 pupils. So depending on where you live, your child will experience up to perhaps 2 hours more or less education in the working week. And I think we need to look at these things to ensure greater consistency. All of these things that I've announced, and including in that the reducing bureaucracy work, were new. That was only 4 weeks ago. But of course, it's for the SNCT. And this isn't something I can unilaterally, nor would I want to foist on the trade unions. We have to get agreement with COSLA, which is why the meeting that officials will be having with COSLA tomorrow is so important in that regard.
So let's hope that works. Do you regret changing the approach to this? Because initially the approach was to recruit 3,500 extra teachers to create the space to reduce the teacher contact time. Now you've worked out through your various bits of research that the falling school population would allow you to do it without recruiting 3,500 extra teachers. And that leaves lots of them underemployed and unemployed. So do you regret changing the approach halfway through this process?
So I've just walked Mr Rennie back to the 2021 election. We are living in different financial and economic times. So the 2021 election, of course, predates Liz Truss's mini budget. It predates the inflationary challenges we've seen. It predates the war in Ukraine, which means that, inflation has increased, wages have increased as a result, and that has meant we've had to meet teacher pay demands throughout that period. And we've done that successfully. But it has meant that other things, the way in which we fund them, have had to adapt over time. I don't recall it being an overt choice of government not to do this in order to pursue it via this mechanism. We did commission the independent research that you spoke to, Mr Rennie, but I do think we have to be mindful that things are more expensive now than they used to be. The government has responded to that by paying our teachers appropriately, but you are right to say that our modelling suggests we could use 2023 figures to deliver on the expectation around about reducing class contact.
You would be scathing of any other government that did this halfway through. You would say they had broken their promise, they had let teachers down, they had left lots unemployed, but you say it's somebody else's fault. Surely you should accept responsibility that you have changed the policy halfway through, leaving lots of people unemployed. Do you not accept any responsibility for that?
I'm not necessarily sure, Mr Rennie, I was blaming anyone. I was simply pointing to the different financial environment in which we exist to that which existed in 2021. I would also point the member to the significant increase in teacher salaries we have seen since 2021.
But if you've not got
significant
a job,
increases.
If you don't have a job, that makes no difference. And lots of them don't have a job.
But in the last financial year, we managed to increase the number of teachers in our schools by 63, thanks to support from the Liberal Democrats and others around this table for extra funding for our teachers. And I think that was to be welcomed. Now, the government doesn't employ teachers, as Mr Rennie knows. So certain local authorities have taken the money and have reduced teacher numbers. That's an issue I'll be pursuing with COSLA directly, because there are challenges there in regard to the issues that Mr Greer raised previously.
This was your responsibility. You recruited and trained thousands of extra teachers on the promise we'd reduce teacher contact time, and now they're unemployed. And that's your responsibility. Surely you can't just suddenly say, after the manifesto has failed to be delivered, that it's all the council's fault. This was your manifesto commitment. And these people are pretty angry now.
I agree with Mr Rennie that local authorities have a responsibility here, and government does, which is why, of course, government funds fully the probationer scheme. I think around about £42 million of funding from Scottish Government in that regard. We do need our local authorities to play a role in relation to the employment of teachers. But the main issue here has been that we have not been able to get agreement through the SNCT in relation to the use of time. That has not allowed us to move forward. Had we been able to secure that agreement before now, I think we would have been able to move forward, regardless of the other points that Mr Rennie has made in relation to extra teachers, because of the points I've made in relation to the independent modelling.
Convener, do you want to do?
I'll come back to you if that's okay. Paul O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning to the Cabinet Secretary. I wonder, when John Swinney was COVID Recovery Secretary, he said that recovery in our schools was the government's immediate priority. We're now at the end of a parliament where that was the pledge for the lifetime of the parliament, in my view. What was the Cabinet Secretary's understanding of that?
Sorry, I omit the final sentence. Could you just repeat the...
Certainly. So just what was your understanding of when John Swinney said that recovery in our schools was a priority? What did you think that should look like by the end of the parliament?
I actually think, to your point, Mr O'Kane, we've seen a very successful year in Scottish education in relation to recovery in our schools. We're turning a corner. I set out to Parliament in my statement last week, improvement in relation to attainment, a narrowing of the attainment gap, smaller class sizes in our primary schools, increases in teacher numbers. We, in this year's examination results, have seen real improvement as well. So if we go back to the 2019 figures, we've seen real improvements in relation to the gap narrowing. And of course, 2019 was the last time whereby we could make those judgments in terms of the pandemic. But we've seen attainment rise across the board. So this generation who have worked through our schools have had support, and of course the government set out some of that additional support during the pandemic, which was to support the extra employment of teachers, for example, at that time, prior to my time in this role. But I do think this year's education results, particularly in a school sense, really tell us that recovery is happening in our schools. We need to reflect better how we can support our schools. And part of that is reviewing how we fund the Scottish Attainment Challenge. So my party, and I think Mr O'Kane's party, have given a public commitment to continuing the Scottish Attainment Challenge in our manifestos for next year. That's important. But to my mind, what's shifted since the Scottish Attainment Challenge was implemented now 10 years ago is poverty in our schools, the normalisation of that, the existence of food banks, of clothing banks, the ways in which schools are now stretched to meet societal needs that they perhaps were not previously. So we need to look at that fund, and I think we need to review it. It's part of the work that John Wilson, as I alluded to in my response to Mr Greer, is leading, a former head teacher. But we need to be mindful about how we can bring additionality to our schools post-pandemic to help support the recovery work that I do believe is happening in our schools, and I do believe is evidenced by the statistics from last week and also by the exam results from this year.
So that was quite a long answer.
Sorry.
And the question was, what was the sum total of the government's ambition when it spoke about recovery being a priority? Was it that we would just turn a corner 3 months out from the end of the Parliament? Or did you have a vision that we should be further on? Because if you look at attendance, for example, we're at 91%, which is below a pre-COVID average of 93%. Yep. Persistent absences are about 28.5%, which is well above the pre-COVID average of 21.8%. Was that kind of what the ambition was for this recovery Parliament?
No, I think there are still issues, and I think I set out some of those issues in my opening statement. And look, I accept all the good work that's happening in our schools. I think we should celebrate that, given these young people lived through a global pandemic, so we can expect their outcomes to perhaps look different than those who came before them. But if we look at absence, there are still challenges there. But there has been an improvement in the last year, which I certainly welcome. There are challenges getting young people back into formal education. There are challenges with families. A number of our schools now use their PEF funding from government to employ family liaison officers to help with that work. I was in a primary school in Kirkcaldy not long ago whereby they have attendance officers going out, they're now called family liaison officers, having individual conversations with parents on the doorstep to bring children into school. So some of this work is very detailed and it is individual, and it will necessarily take time because there's no quick fix in relation to this work, it's relational. The point Mr O'Kane also rightly raises in relation to persistent absence. This is a new measurement that we introduced 2 years ago, I think now, because we were not gathering data on this and we were of the view that we needed to. Within that persistent absence measurement, I would also draw Mr O'Kane's attention to local variance that we see across the country. It's not a flat or static picture. There is variance across the country whereby some local authorities need more support than others. For that reason, in 2023, I think, I will check on this, Alison will correct me if I'm wrong, I announced some intensive work in relation to improving attendance, and Education Scotland have been tasked with supporting those local authorities where the challenges are greatest. And the final point I'll make is we launched the national marketing campaign on improving attendance in October. That has been quite successfully received, but it's very much in the space of supporting parents in terms of pupils coming back to school. And I do worry about a generation of young people, many of whom experience much of their education online, and what that says to young people about the importance of attending and being present. So being present in school is important for good reason. There are legal requirements around about it, and we need to go back to encouraging families to recognise why that's important. But there are other issues here if you look at the statistics in relation to attendance, in relation to the numbers of young people, for example, who are absent because they're on holiday. That, to me, is not acceptable, and there are, issues there around about how that can be supported by schools when children miss periods of their education. A lot of this work, though, is being supported by Education Scotland, and for the young people who've missed out on their education during the pandemic, I think it is so important that we do all we can to help provide that supportive environment in school. And I'm going to stop talking now because I'm aware that I've given you another very long answer, Mr O'Kane.
So it's interesting because when we had an exchange on this in the Chamber during your statement last week, I raised the issue of the chasm that exists in a lot of places between attendance and in terms of numbers of attendance. Is South Ayrshire, East Ayrshire was, I think, the one I referenced to, where South Ayrshire, in terms of its demographics, has a very high level of attendance. East Ayrshire, with a very different set of demographics in some ways, has a very low attendance. And your response to me at that point was that that was a local authority issue because we have 32 authorities. And you've made reference this morning to your frustration about there being 32 different local authority approaches. But then also in your answer, you've referenced the leadership of Education Scotland and your role as Cabinet Secretary in leading some of that change. So it'd be useful just to hear that you accept that you have a responsibility to lead some of this in terms of absences and reducing those absences, and particularly those persistent absences. And what more do you think government can do in terms of its important convening power? I mean, I thought your exchange with Mr Greer was interesting, and I appreciate we don't have time to get into the complexities around education reform and how 32 local authorities work. But for example, you decided not to move forward with RICS for, I assume, a variety of reasons, but they were certainly collaborating on a range of issues, including this issue of how we ensure that young people are in our schools and in our classrooms and are learning. So I just wonder if you might reflect on some of that.
So there's quite a lot in there, Mr O'Kane. I'll try to touch on it. I don't recall flat out saying that attendance was a matter purely for local authorities. Of course, government has a role to play here. We have shared legal responsibilities that are set out in statute in that regard, so ministers have a clear responsibility here. But the statutory responsibility does rest with local authorities, so we can provide advice and guidance. We do that on a range of different things. For example, behaviour. I'm sure we'll come on to talk about that. When we talk about attendance, Mr O'Kane cited a number of areas whereby if I was to draw out the attainment statistics for those areas, they would also look very impressive. So there's a correlation here between poverty and attendance. That's also accounted for in the data that published last week, whereby we see pupils from poorer communities struggle more so in terms of their attendance than those who are not. So we need to be mindful of that gap. Mr O'Kane also mentioned the RICS, which I did take a decision on 2 years ago now. I have to say to Mr O'Kane, I know he's new to his role, I would encourage him to go out and speak to teachers about their experiences of the RICS. Most teachers I have engaged with had varying views on them, I should say. Some of the RICS...
With respect to Cabinet Secretary, I have done that. I was an education convener for 5 years and a member of an improvement collaborative and worked closely with a wide range of teachers in the West. So I think she's right. I mean, I think there was a variance, but I think there was a lot of learning could be done, for example, from the West Partnership.
The West Partnership, I think, is an example of one of the strongest RICS in the country, but not all RICS were working in the manner that the West was. And I think some of the work that the West Partnership were undertaking has continued, which is helpful. And, I think across the board, though, from other parts of the country, there was some scepticism about the impact the RICS were having. So that was a decision I did take at that time in that regard, having listened to the profession. But I appreciate Mr O'Kane's had a different experience. I do think, though, on the issues around about attendance, there isn't a quick fix. We have to work with families. I've been struck by the number of schools who are now employing family liaison officers in place of probably when Mr O'Kane and I were at school, what would have been attendance officers, to work directly with families to put in place that support. So the example I gave previously had parents being supported, for example, with qualifications. In other primary schools, I see parents supported with health and wellbeing, coffee mornings, to get mums and dads into school so that young people come into school as well. So there's now a much broader support going to the community from the school, which is why I think we need to evaluate the SAC fund, because when it was introduced over 10 years ago now, I think some of the interventions that are now being used, I'm not necessarily sure we could have predicted. And some of that is schools responding to societal change, responding to poverty, and in so doing, supporting families and broader social cohesion. But I think we do need to think again about those educational outcomes and how we can seek to intensify some of the progress. We have made progress, but I agree with Mr O'Kane, we need to move at pace on this to provide more intensified support. And that's where government's role comes in terms of Education Scotland and working individually with the local authorities that I mentioned.
I'm grateful. I think there was some useful content in that answer in terms of where this committee will want to look further, certainly in terms of detail. I wonder if I can turn to attainment, Convener, just very briefly. The government prefers a combined measure in terms of primary 1, primary 4 and primary 7, taking an average figure across those years. I think on the face of it, I would suggest that's questionable, because actually, of course, we know that we're dealing with very different stages of a child's development across primary. I have raised concerns already about the numbers in numeracy, for example, in primary 4, but also I think the fact that the gap is widening when you look at those individual measures very often, or stagnating in some respects. I think in terms of numeracy, in terms of literacy and writing, we've seen a fairly flat line when you take the individual measures. Is the Cabinet Secretary not concerned that we're painting a fairly positive picture around something where we're maybe not actually getting into the detail of at crucial stages like primary 4, where we know that children are in a transitional phase in terms of their primary education, that we're maybe missing something there? And secondly, does she have a concern that if rates are flatlining in terms of things like literacy and writing by the time children get to secondary, that we're going to have to do a lot more in terms of investment in things like reading recovery and supporting children to perhaps continue some of what they have been doing in primary into those early years of secondary?
So, again, quite a lot in that, Convener. In relation to numeracy, I gave an update to Parliament on the back of the last set of PISA results, which I think would have been this time in 2023. And at that time in 2023, PISA called those results the kind of COVID edition. So we'd seen a kind of stagnation in terms of progress, and in terms of numeracy, there were challenges there. So in 2023, I appointed Andy Brown to lead as the national maths specialist on this work. He is a head teacher, but a maths specialist to trade, and has been leading a body of work for the last 2 years now in relation to how we improve our numeracy curriculum. And of course, much of this work leads to the curriculum improvement cycle, and he will be setting some of that out in very short order, as I understand it. I had a meeting with him in Education Scotland a few weeks ago now. We need to look at the core curriculum content here. There are other issues in terms of how children are taught maths, and I'm not a maths specialist to trade, so I will not pretend to do so. But I've had very informative discussions with Andy on this, and the ways in which maths is being taught in our schools, and the ways in which we can support more enjoyment in the learning of maths, because there are challenges there, I recognise. We also see a split in terms of subject choice in relation to the senior phase. So we've seen an increase in recent years in applications for maths, and that again needs to be considered in the round, and we've engaged with local authorities, with COSLA in particular on that, and with ADES, I should say. In terms of the question that Mr O'Kane raised in relation to, I think he raised a concern about writing. There's a really important piece of work through the National Improvement Programme that's been supporting improved outcomes in relation to writing, particularly in our primary schools. I'd be more than happy to write to the committee with details on that work. It is a programme that works, and it's one that I would certainly like to give due consideration to scaling up. Of course, that would require budget, and again, I invite committee members to consider how they might play a role in that. But I do think we are seeing an improved picture, and I take the points on board that Mr O'Kane has made. I think I made reference to the issues in primary 1 in my statement to Parliament last week, and some of the work I'll be taking forward in that regard, because these are our COVID babies, so I'm very worried about them in terms of their outcomes. We also see gaps in terms of speech and language development in some of our youngest. Ms Lonnanis will be aware of this. We've discussed it with officials in terms of our poorest communities. So all of that plays into a trajectory whereby educational outcomes have been disrupted, and we need to think about the different types of interventions we can make to better support children and young people. So the Chief Inspector has a key role to play in that regard, and I set out some of the further work that Education Scotland are taking forward. But if we look at the ASIL data from last week, for primary pupils, the proportion of pupils achieving the expected CFE levels in literacy has increased to the highest levels to date. For S3 pupils, the proportions achieving third level or better in literacy and numeracy are at their highest ever level. The poverty-related attainment gap for primary pupils in literacy reduced in 24-25 to its lowest ever level, and for primary numeracy, the gap has reduced to its lowest ever level. Now, I accept these are top-line statistics, as it were, and within different year groups there are different challenges. But the overall picture is nonetheless one of improvement, and I would hope that picture is something that all members could welcome and support the government's agenda around how we drive further intensified improvement. I mean,
I just as perhaps a closing comment, because I'm conscious the convener wants to move on. We accept, and I think I said this in the chamber in terms of the statement, but I do think we need to be very careful about drilling down into exactly what it is we're talking about in terms of statistics, rather than grouping together the entire primary experience into one measure. Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Sticking with attainment, George Adam.
Convener, many of the questions I wanted to ask have been answered by the Cabinet Secretary, and unlike some, I don't feel so needy that I have to ask them again, so quite happy for you to close the meeting whenever you want.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the poverty-related attainment gap, and Willie Rennie.
So it's following on from what Paul O'Kane was asking. When Mike O'Mara was a member of this committee, he challenged Shirley-Ann Somerville, your predecessor, about whether the COVID recovery plan, the education recovery plan, was sufficient for the task. And she was adamant that it was. And she said, working together, we will ensure that all pupils are given the support that they need to recover their learning, health and well-being. That includes maximising how we support challenge, improvement and reduce the variability in what children achieve in different parts of the country. So she was adamant that the plan was good enough, that it would deal with the challenges, undoubted challenges of the pandemic. But we now know that we will not close the poverty-related attainment gap as was promised, and I know the Minister will talk about the pandemic. So why was the plan not sufficient to meet the challenge, and why was Michael O'Mara not listened to?
Well, I'm not going to comment on Michael O'Mara because he's not here this afternoon, Mr. Rennie. Well, I hear you were here. I wasn't here at that time either, but I do think it's important that we look at the progress that's been made. You know, I hear all the critique from Mr. Rennie and from others around this table on a regular basis in the chamber about our schools, and yet the exam results this year, the pass rate for Nat 5 and higher is up. The advanced higher pass rate is up compared to last year. Grade A percentages in Nat 5 higher and advanced hires are up. The deprivation gap has narrowed for Nat 5 higher and advanced higher. The results really kind of show increases in terms of our technical and vocational qualifications. And the data that I set out to Mr O'Kane also tells us a very positive story of improvement. Now, I accept there's more to do. I do not detract from that. I think we need to intensify the progress. I set out some of this to Parliament last week, and there'll be further work that Education Scotland and the Inspectorate need to take forward. But I do hope members can try to get behind some of the positive results we are seeing in our schools. I don't detract from challenges here, and much of that, I have to say, is in a funding space, so I'm interested in Mr Rennie's views on that. But these are real successes for children and young people, despite what they have experienced in terms of the global pandemic, and we should be proud of them.
So there's 170,000 pupils at school now who are in the SIMD 20. And their fortunes have hardly bunched an inch in the last 10 years. Hardly bunched an inch. So the Minister shouldn't hide behind pupils and say that their success, which is undoubted, they have got successes. But what about these 170,000 people who were promised that the gap would close and it's not been closed? When we were told that the recovery plan was good enough and that they would be assisted, and they've not been. So what have we got to say to those people? Do they not matter?
Of course they matter, Mr Rennie, but they've been living through a period of austerity. Do we really think that schools exist in isolation? I think we should be mindful of societal changes that mean that families...
Before the promise was made. The promise was made, it was clear. We were told the recovery plan was enough. And now you're shifting the goalposts. These people deserve an answer. These people weren't even born when this promise was made.
I'm sorry, but I don't recognise the positioning that Mr Rennie is taking on this issue. I think we need to be cognizant of the pandemic. That has played a factor in this regard. But we also need to be cognizant of austerity. You know, in my constituency, just down the road from where Mr Rennie is, we see real challenges in relation to poverty. And I'm very mindful that the poverty that is being experienced in households now, because their bills are going up, their mortgage payments, their rent is going through the roof, mean that things are tough at home. And that impacts on educational outcomes as well. So we can't pretend that the attainment challenge challenge has existed in a silo that's been divorced from wider societal changes in that time. I also think that when young people's education was disrupted, that undoubtedly has had an impact on our progress. And this is not a unique system in Scotland. We see global challenges across the world in that regard, in relation to attendance, but also in relation to attainment, with a generation of young people's attainment behind where it would have been. So I don't accept that Scotland is an outlier here in that regard. I hear the points Mr Rennie makes about the plan. Of course, there's more we will need to consider, and I am all ears to hearing from Mr Rennie where that targeted work and intervention should come. But at the current time, I'm very focused on working with local authorities, and of course officials will be working with them tomorrow and meeting with them in terms of how we can drive that further intensification of support. The National Writing Improvement Programme I spoke to Mr O'Kane about is a really good example of that, as is the work that Andy Brown's leading in terms of the improvement work on numeracy. These are the interventions that will make the difference, and having that targeted support for local authorities, I think, is really important.
So I'm going to conclude that these people have heard this all before and nothing has changed. They don't have confidence in this government to deliver. The reality is the government have not delivered the promise that they made 10 years ago to close the gap. And that's the reality for these 170,000 people.
I'm very sorry that Mr Rennie can't welcome the progress we've seen in the past 12 months in Scottish education.
We're going to move to ASN and support for mainstreaming and specialist provision. John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. As you and your team may know, we were looking at the Restraint and Seclusion Bill recently, and as part of that we went to do a visit to Donaldson School, which I understand used to be a deaf school or school for deaf children in Edinburgh, but is now more focused on ASN, autism and similar. So it was a really interesting visit, and we saw they've got a great facility, the actual building, in a beautiful location with a good number of staff, but hardly any children. And so my question is, where are we going with a school like that? Do we actually need a school like that if there's no kids there? What about the councils? I mean, it does seem mainstreaming I broadly agree with, but there does come a level of kid who seems to need a really special level of school. And some of these schools are there. We only visited the one, Donaldson's. But something's not working in that space. If we've got needy kids in Glasgow who must stay in Glasgow because either that's all Glasgow can afford or they think they can do it themselves, and a facility here that is just sitting there.
So I may bring in Alison Taylor on the specifics of the Donaldson School, but I would like to come back to Mr Mason's general point in terms of how we can provide better support for additional support needs. The government obviously has a number of specialist schools that we fund directly, which is quite unique and is a historical anomaly, you might argue, but I may bring in Alison on, in relation to the Donaldson School specifically, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Mr Mason. Yes, Donaldson's is, as you say now, providing support in its special school environment for children with a much wider range of needs than traditionally it did. And it is, as Ms Gilruth says, one of our grant-aided special schools. So it receives support directly from government. And obviously I acknowledge the point that you make about the singularity, if you like, of that type of provision. Councils run a large number of special schools themselves as well, and a very small number of them are residential. So I suppose the question about how best to distribute the available resource to the needs that are presented is one that is quite challenging around the country, determined by what each family and child need. I don't know, Ms Gilruth, if you wish to talk a little bit about the review work that we are looking at undertaking.
So I set out to Parliament some of the work in this space last week. Mr Mason spoke to children in Glasgow, for example. I do just want to touch briefly on data in terms of ASN. We had a really interesting summit at Murrayfield Stadium, I think about a month ago now, with a range of different partners looking at measurements in terms of ASN across the country. There is variance in terms of what we mean by ASN, and within that measurement, what that looks like in individual local authorities. So that does not give me confidence in terms of the consistency of the application, in terms of how we are recording these things. So we're working with local authorities to essentially audit and help to drive improvement in this space. And I'd be happy to write to the committee with more detail on that, Convener, because it's a key part of the work we're taking forward. The other key part of the work we're taking forward was a suggestion from Mr Rennie that came through the cross-party roundtable around about a national event that will be hosted hopefully in February. And again, I'm happy to write to the committee with more detail and actually to invite committee members to attend. The approach there will be to share good practice about what works. And we know across the country just now, there are lots of good examples of supporting children with additional support needs. I have to say some of that direction, in fact much of it, will not come from central government, it won't come from me, and it won't come from local authorities. It is very often the case, and I saw this in a secondary school in Edinburgh very recently, whereby individual head teachers use their own ingenuity to plan approaches that best meet the needs of their children and young people. So a head teacher in Edinburgh, who I would actually really encourage the committee to engage with, I can share details with the committee following this session, essentially restructured the way in which he staffs his school. And the approach he's taken means that there's better support being put in place for all young people, not just children with additional support needs. But I found the interaction with him extremely informative, and I think there's learning from that we might want to share at the national event, although I haven't yet had detail on which schools we'll be looking at there, and I'm certain there's learning from that the committee will be interested in. And then, of course, there's the review work, and I want to say more in relation to the review that, of course, the government is committed to, and again, happy to write to the committee with more detail in due course on those aspects.
So I'm not quite sure that the Public Audit Committee has done some work on this as well, and I think in their report, I think they wrote to us as a committee, they talk about the National Data Summit taking place in this calendar year. Is that what you're just referred to?
That was in November, yeah.
That's what has actually now happened, right, fair enough. And I mean, the EIS also came out with something, I think, on Monday, which is also talking about the level of ASN, and we're now up at whatever it is, 46% in some places, I think.
43.
Is it a measurement thing that's the problem? I mean, there's not really such a huge increase, surely, in additional support needs amongst young people, or is there?
A couple of things at play here. One, we changed the measurements, so that essentially broadened out the categories, and so the measurement now includes things, for example, children who have suffered from bereavement, high-achieving pupils. There are other categories in that sit within the ASN measurement, and I think we do need to look at these issues. The second thing that's happened is that more children and young people are now more likely to be identified and supported. So when Mr Mason and I were at school eons ago, people would go through their school career.
Before you,
I make no comment on that, Mr Mason, but people would travel through their school career and very often leave without a diagnosis. I remember teaching 2011 in Edinburgh, and a colleague of mine, an English teacher, diagnosing an S4 pupil who would have been 15 or 16 at that time with dyslexia. So that young person had gone through most of her school career without appropriate support in place. So we do see an increase in diagnosis, and that's important because without diagnosis, for many young people, they feel they will not get the support, although it is also the case that without diagnosis, they are still entitled to support at the current time. We are looking at all of these in the round in relation to the review that the opposition and members around this table have called for, and I support. And I'll set out more detail on that. I did set out detail on that actually last week in the statement. That will be a short, sharp review, but that will sit along the additional support for Learning Action Plan. And that's the work that follows on from Angela Morgan's review in 2020, which will complete, and I have checked this with officials, again, I put on the record today, it will complete by dissolution. I think it's important that Parliament has that data from the ASL review in terms of driving the improvements that we all want to see. And I think Mr Mason said 46%. I think it's 43% nationally. In some schools it's over 50%, in some schools, and also in some schools it's less than that. But there's also a correlation between poverty and ASN, and we need to be mindful of that as well. But I don't know if Alison wants to say more in terms of our engagement work.
I suppose the only other point I might add from our data summit, which was very, very well attended, we were very impressed by the level of interest that our professional colleagues brought to that, would be that it's quite evident from the data that we do have, as much as it needs some work done on it, that part of the great increase in the more recent years is to do with the category of emotional, social and behavioural issues. That's where the big increase is. Different in nature from the sort of experience that you saw at Donaldson's, for instance, Mr Mason. And I think certainly there's almost a societal and a cultural question that we need to explore more with our professional colleagues around that.
But it is welcome news when we look at the ASIL data from last week that attainment for ASN pupils is increasing and improving. I mean, many of these young people 10, 15 years ago would not have been attaining in the ways they are now. So that's something we should celebrate, because in the past it wasn't the case.
No, and I accept there's a lot going on and there's a lot of good things happening. That's fine. But I still feel, as part of your answer, you said earlier, well, some councils have their own special needs school. Well, in my constituency, there's 2. But I get a lot more parents coming to me saying my kid has not coped at nursery and now they're going to put them in mainstream primary 1. And there just do not seem to be the places in Glasgow. And certainly the feeling is that you have to have greater needs in Glasgow to get to a special needs school than you might in some other areas. And attached to that then, this question of if we're going to have, we need some kind of national plan here, I think. Yeah. Either we get rid of schools like Donaldson's and let the councils do it all themselves, or we somehow enable, encourage or whatever the councils to refer needy kids to Donaldson's. But at the moment, as I say, I only know Donaldson's. I think a few years ago I visited, is it Falkland? There's a school.
Yes.
There used to be dealing with autistic kids as well. And, hugely impressive, 2 staff to 1 pupil. But, I mean, that does not happen in mainstream schools. And, I mean, the other angle to that was the mainstream. We asked the staff at Donaldson's, well, could they go out and train some of the mainstream schools because they've got this specialism? And they said they're never asked to do that. So it just doesn't seem very joined up between what's happening locally and this kind of national facility that we have.
So the national facilities are quite unique and they serve a relatively small number of pupils. It would be remiss of me not to say that. But within our schools, we often have ASN units. So I think in my own constituency, there is one high school where there's the DAS unit, for example. And parents quite often vote with their feet to send their child to the DAS unit in that local school because they know they have the Department for Additional Support Needs there and the trained staff and the necessary expertise that allows them to experience mainstream education within a facility which will also give them that additional support. And I see many schools undertaking very similar approaches. Some of them are using their PEF funding to deliver on that, with the employment of additional staff allowing them to do so. You mentioned, Mr Mason, approaches in Glasgow. I'd be keen to hear more from you on that detail. I don't know if you're able to write to me. I'm conscious of time, but I'm keen to understand there. The issues that you highlight, though, are, I suppose, what I get in my inbox, which is when parents feel frustrated, things have not worked out, and they have had to take action against the local authority because they're not getting the right support in place. And if that is escalated to tribunal, that is very, very challenging. So that shouldn't be happening. And one of the ways in which we could consider that work is through a national staged intervention model, which we are looking at the current time, having a greater consistency nationally to how local authorities work, and really parental expectations and children's in terms of how their needs should be met would provide for much more consistency. So I don't want to say too much more on that today because we have the review that I've committed to that will consider these issues in the round. But I do think the consistency point that Mr Mason makes is an important one. There is variance across the education system. That's the nature of having 32 councils run our schools. But there could be an approach at national level that provides for greater consistency in terms of a staged approach to interventions and to providing more consistency for our children and young people with identified additional support needs.
Because again, at Donaldson's, and you talk about tribunals and parents really pushing for their kids, and that's great. But that does tend to favour the middle-class educated parents. And I mean, as I understand it, virtually everyone they told us at Donaldson's was middle-class educated parents. So either they're rich enough to pay themselves, whatever it is, 40,000 a year, or
the local authority may fund them as well.
Or the local authority may fund it.
Yep.
But it means that poorer families, less educated families in my constituency cannot hope to get to Donaldson's.
So I'm not necessarily appraised of a differential in terms of socioeconomic background for Donaldson's particularly, but I'm happy to take that away with officials and interrogate the data because that's certainly not the position that we should be supporting at national level.
Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary, the final item on schools was school estate, which I put on there, but just to keep things very brief, I'll just constrain it to one question. I've asked you in the Chamber, and we've been in correspondence about the new Forest Academy, which the Government are funding, and it's very welcome funding. There are serious concerns locally about where the school will be sited. That is rightly a planning matter, which I know you can't intervene on. But I wonder, given some of the issues we've raised about education in Murray and even just recently about absence rates, and you said you would raise that with COSLA, and given your affection for the area, given that's where you started your career, would you be willing to come to Murray to discuss education issues and while up there meet with some of the people who are concerned about the siting of the new academy on the Applegrove primary school site, the impact it has on the veterans community, to make it very clear you can't change any decisions, but to at least allow them to feel they've been heard by the Cabinet Secretary, given it's your government that's funding this?
I'm more than happy to engage with them, Convener. I would, though, just put on the record that the site for the new school is a matter for the local authority. It's not for me as Cabinet Secretary to come in and stand on the toes of local government.
Yeah.
So happy to have that engagement, Convener.
I think they would appreciate that. Okay. Can I thank you, your ministers and your officials for your time today, and to the committee members, wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a good New Year when it comes, and I formally close this meeting.